right then. You said it. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good afternoon, boys and girls of all ages. How we doing tonight? Sorry for being late. There was a couple of us had a few things going on. I seriously apologize. But you know how we are. We're always 30 minutes late. It seems like I just can't get right on this one. But either way, welcome everybody. Thank you guys for joining us. Welcome to Rumors of the Dead, our Vampire 5th Edition game. This is Vampire the Masquerade 5e, set in the city of Los Angeles, which I have illuminating behind me here because I wanted to show off our fancy new version of the map that Jackal helped us out with. I'm gonna move this up this way, maybe. There we go. Yeah, Jackal helped us reskin the map a little bit, clean up some of the edges and lines. If you guys remember, it was a little messy when it came to territories. I think they're nice and neat now. We got everything on there. We're working on our World Anvil page, so if you guys haven't checked that out yet, I'll post a link for that here in just a second. But yeah, we're getting all the behind-the-scenes stuff in here for you guys. But quick rundown of what our game is. We set, like I said, it is Vampire the Masquerade set in Los Angeles. We follow most of the other streams and canon lore that is familiar to you if you've seen LAbyNight or, you know, the big streams, I guess. You know what I mean? We try to follow those lore because I think anything by Jason Carl is pretty much canon, right? But yeah, we're kind of following in suit from that. Excuse me. But yeah, it's a Vampire the Masquerade game set in Los Angeles. So in that regard, it is set about a year after the LAbyNight stream, if you want to use that for your canon chronological order. So it is after a time of war between the Anarchs and Camarilla when the Camarilla tried to encroach, but now has currently been a time of peace for about the last year. During that last year, the kindred of the city have grown bored. They've grown irritable. You know, the beast inside is excited and irritated and agitated and wants to cause trouble, as it tends to do. So who better to cause trouble with than each other? The Anarchs are kind of at a point of disruption in the current night. But our coterie has been given the job as landlords under Baron Izzy Noir, who is the Baron of West LA. Let me think how to explain this. Landlords are kind of given small pieces of domain to take care of, protect, and keep an eye after, and they've been put in charge of a couple of blocks on the very edge of the border between West LA and Santa Monica. Surely nothing will ever go wrong there. They'll never try to encroach onto Santa Monica. But yeah, that's where we're picking up tonight, is after last week's session. Hey, thank you for the follow. Anybody want to do a quick recap of like what you guys were last doing? I can't remember anything else.
Big things being like reviewing some occult tomes.
Yeah, I will say I think you had reviewed some stuff. Yeah, that's correct.
We got information regarding like the various kindred of our domain, a bit like more in depth than what we had before. So meeting specifically with one, what's her name?
Well, the new kindred of the city. Last week you guys
like
met
the top one on the list.
with I want to say Raven.
Lark.
That's it, Lark. I knew it was a bird, Lark. Yeah, you guys bumped into Lark at a local dive bar, and Marina and you had encouraged her helping out with a business venture that Marina's currently working on. So yeah, that's the thing for sure. All right, well, let's dive into it. I get, as we last kind of left off with Numerous or Numar, you had found some evidence that maybe somebody was moving through a secret passage that you had never seen before in the sewer, in the sewers below the graveyard where you lived. So that was kind of a surprise, and you had set a few traps, keeping an eye on that, if I remember correctly. You had cut the rope leading down into the sewer from the tomb that he was using, he or she, whatever. Yeah, we'll deal with that. So let's go ahead and introduce characters. I'll tell you what, Jive Man, if you want to tell us who you are, who you're playing. Like I said, sorry guys, we're running late, so my brain is frantic trying to get all the details to you.
No, you're good, dude. Well, hello everybody. My name is Jive. I go by he him pronouns, and tonight I'll be playing the esteemed Snowcone, the Salubri vampire. And if you ever need a hookup, you can always come to his Snowcone themed van. Or is it a truck? Yeah, it's a truck.
Yeah, it's an ice cream truck, right? It's kind of like a van.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because there's nothing more trustworthy than getting your drugs out of an ice cream truck. You know?
That's where I get mine from. I don't know about you guys. Not creepy. Sweet.
Not
Yeah.
creepy at
Well,
all.
pharmacist slash drug dealer, Snowcone. Paul, Goonie. I don't know what you want me to call you here. Go for it.
All is fine. Paul, he, they. And I play Bart, our wonderful Nosferatu fixer, who solves problems, gets into problems. Type of
Yeah. Nosferatu fixer, right? Fixer or problem maker, one of the two. I'm pretty sure. All right. Well,
living life.
hey, thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate it. Look at this guy getting his 6 months badge. Hey, fancy new dye, man. I like it. He's got the new blood splatter dye.
Ooh.
Perfect for tonight's game. Love it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Cool, cool. Well, Numerous, if you want to tell us a bit about Numar Esnis. You keep forgetting about the last name I stuck on there. I did that for him. Don't ever hold him responsible.
Yeah. I would appreciate it. Numar S. Nice. He is a La Sombra of the La Sombra clan from Texas and now in LA. Came down with a friend who now kind of ditched him here. Not ditched, I mean, I'm with the coterie. But and just now found this possible new roommate in his graveyard, looking for his rope on how he gets back up.
Amazing. I just saw a naked man scrolling behind me on the screen. I don't know if any of you guys caught that. I was like, what's going on back here? That was great. Amazing stuff. It was well done. That's Numar, as it turns out. That's his character just scrolling on by. Amazing. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. We needed this.
Oh shit.
All right, last and most certainly least of all, Jackal.
Oh.
You know, wounded.
Wounded. But yeah, no, I'm the Jackal. I play Marino Woods, who is a very new kindred who just got turned. Was it a few months ago? Sorry, my headphones died. Oh goodness. And she just got out of her little captive cage of an apartment very recently, and now she's with all these fellas who helped her hide the body. Well, she was hiding the body of the sire that she ended up devouring.
Nice.
And now she wants to
It's in
open
the
up a
graveyard that we mentioned.
Yeah, it's in the graveyard. Yeah.
Yeah.
She,
That is true. Your former sire is now buried in that same graveyard. At least it's in your domain, something you can keep control of, you know what I mean? But yeah, caged bird, let free, now on her own to try and figure out kindred society. Maybe she should have stuck with that guy. He might have taken care of her. Taught her a few things or two, but she didn't quite see it that way. And I understand, you know, it's hard to be kept captive for years on end and not want to release yourself, so to speak. But yeah, that's where we're going to pick up and leave off with, you know, our characters. But quick rundown of why our game is different than others. I try to make all my games interactive. It's one of the biggest things that I do. This game in particular has a very unique way of making it interactive. You guys can head to the Ko-Fi shop and add either rumors or evidence to our game. Rumors can be literally anything you can imagine. So, you know, maybe there's a Methuselah living under the city. Maybe there's a elder, you know, that lives at the magic box. You know what I mean? Whatever it might be. Excuse me. I keep getting this. Never mind. Got something stuck in my throat tonight. I didn't want to say that, but you guys will take advantage of it. Oh man, I made it worse. But anyway, you can add rumors, which are literally anything that you can think of, giving you, the viewer, narrative control over our story, or you can add evidence. So if you like one of the current rumors, you can add additional details to that rumor. Every time we reach a $100 goal, which we have recently done, and we're looking to add a couple more rumors, I just haven't got them typed up and on the screen yet. But as soon as, within more evidence adds more details, and whenever we hit those $100 milestones for support, one of those rumors becomes true, meaning that you guys have full narrative control over our story. If you guys wanted to, you can add whatever you want, take control over it. I, of course, will GM it for you, but whatever it is that you add, I simply have to roll with. So it gives you guys a lot of control over the story, and it's a great way of supporting the channel so that we can keep our game running. Anyway, hopefully you guys check that out, ko-fi.com/tabletop down. Let's get started with our story. So I told everyone last week we were going to do a bit of a time jump. So this is where I'm going to have to improv with you guys here. Because I have no idea what it is that you guys want to do yet. But if you've had a week since the last encounter, you've had a week since you set your trap in the graveyard there, Newmar. I don't think it was a trap, more or less, is just, moved a few things around to see what their way around it, or if they're going to navigate around this issue. Marina, you... Right, exactly. Marina, where did we leave you? I believe we left you in your apartment with Tara, correct?
Yes, after we went with Tara, after the entire thing with after we went out for the run, and we with the heightened sentence I had and how high I rolled, I sensed something was there, but I couldn't figure out where or what it was.
You could feel a presence watching you, very specifically, just a feeling of being watched, but could not actually identify anyone, but you had heightened senses, not sense the unseen. So it is possible there may have been somebody obscured. So let's see. Bart, you had went back to your warehouse, got some sleep, things like that, correct? You had pretty much stayed down for the night, right? And I believe
mix of things involving the books not just book. I gave the other way, but the Book of Nod grabbing my attention.
Yeah,
I'm busy with many other things too. It's already getting a bit cluttered.
Right. Yeah, you've come across what you've now found to be, after about a week of research, that it's definitely not an original. But this is quite an old copy of the Book of Nod, the kindred Bible, as it were. You know what I mean? The true story of where you guys came from. So this is definitely, not the original handwritten in Cain's blood version of the book, but it is most certainly older and contains lots of wisdom about kindred persuasion, I guess you could say, if you are to believe it, anyway. And then Snowcone, you were... let's see, where did Snowcone leave off? I believe you were just in your truck, right? I think you had finally, crashed out in your truck, or did you stay at Marina's? I can't recall.
No, I stayed at Marina's last time. I think this time I did go back to my truck.
Gotcha. Well, as a new night kind of falls, I believe we had the discussion at the very end of last session that you guys had all, woken up. We'd rolled rouse at the end of last game. And I think you did make your way to Marina's, if I remember correctly, because you were discussing the Tara situation, that she had been watched. But like I said, we're gonna skip a week, so let's just, say that you've had some time since then to investigate. What is it that you guys would have liked to have done during a week of downtime? Nothing major has happened since then. You had that weird, unusual feeling when Tara being watched, or Tara and you being watched during your run, but nothing has happened since, and you've had some time to try and investigate. What would those things, be that you did during a week? If you've had a week to yourselves. Feel free, anybody, any order. Go ahead.
I think the first thing I would have been waiting for was whatchamacallit, the email that I should be getting would be the first thing I'd be looking out for.
You did receive an email back. So excuse me. you have finally received an email back, and it probably just came in within the last day or two. It took, a week or more before you received it. And it finally says, I apologize for the time and delay. However, there was a lot of estate to handle with this particular account. I would love to set up a meeting with you within 3 days' time. He said, if you could let me know what would be a good time for you. Essentially, we're going to just go ahead and say that it is probably like Monday now. He's trying to set up something for like a Wednesday or Thursday. You know what I mean? This way it gives you guys a little bit of time, because I can't remember exactly what day it was last. But yeah, he said if you can give him a couple of days, he should have all the paperwork in order and the estate finally closed out. But he would like to meet up with you to sign paperwork.
All right. I'd probably say somewhere within, either very early morning or later at night, depending on how long it will be.
Ah, yes. The reply comes almost immediately. Yes, your previous sire had, or sorry, your previous, wouldn't say sire, your previous administrator had informed me that you typically work nights, so much as he did. I'm more than happy to accommodate. You know what I mean? Right. So he claims that he's okay with a midnight meeting. He got real used to it, having to deal with Anthony, that meetings were held often late.
All right.
But yeah.
For those few days, she'd probably just be sitting around the apartment, sort of testing a few of her, abilities that, don't fully do, I don't need a route check for it, sort of like the cat's gray sort of stuff, just like sort of learning things about herself, in that sort of sense of things, and also bothering Tara the entire time.
Yeah, learning a little bit about your kindred condition, so to speak, around the apartment. Yeah, absolutely. And Tara is, of course, happy to have the company. After the evening in which you had this odd feeling of being watched, she didn't realize it. She was euphoric at the moment, we'll say. Yeah. Let's see. So she was quite buzzed and didn't notice. But yeah, she's happy to talk with you and anything that you have. She actually tries, now that she's got a couple of days to spend with you, she shows you a couple of things about herself. She would show you that she has over 50,000 followers on TikTok, and her Crystal Collection TikTok channel is what the Crystal Collector is kind of what she goes by. In which case she shows off various different new wave crystals and charms, all the different kind of Wiccan spells and magic that she's delved into, but mostly it's like tarots and charms and what do they call that, like astrology, things like that she mostly deals with. She does like a morning, here's your astrology report that she's been sending out every morning since being at your location. But you do notice that she's been recording these from the apartment, but has done somewhat of a job, even if unintentionally, to kind of hide the background. You could tell she's at a nice apartment. You don't know where. You know what I mean? You had specifically told her don't have a window in the background at one point. You know what I mean? So it's definitely a nice penthouse somewhere. As to where it is, that may be harder to tell.
And I think the very last thing she would do before tossing on somebody else would be trying to clear up her missing status currently at the moment of with her family.
Okay. How do you resolve that matter?
I would say that she would probably attempt to call home and explain it in the sense of she was in a party and a bunch of things happened and she ended up having to go to the jail for a few months.
All right.
And then and told them not to reach out to friends and family.
So you dial up your mother on the phone. Is there specifically a person you're trying to reach? I mean, otherwise, you have a mother and a father. I don't think we've ever discussed any.
It would just be the house phone. She also have a brother, I think, but there would be a house phone.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the
And the brother, if I'm
old Midwestern.
remembering, is more than probably older to have his own house by now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. All right, so you dial up on the phone. Do. Hello. Sorry, keep playing my toys today. Go for it.
Okay, so whenever you answer, which one would
It's
it?
it's
would
a
have been,
female voice that answers the phone. You would hear the sound of your mother.
Mom? Hi.
Wait, Marina?
Yeah, it's me.
Marina,
Yeah, I'm okay.
where
I'm
have you
okay.
been?
It might have.
Why is she
I
British?
might have gotten. I might have gotten in a little bit of trouble. It's okay though. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Your father
Hey-
said that you'd be calling to bail you out of jail. I knew you would. Where are you? We'll come and get you. It's fine.
No. I'm okay. I got everything sorted up now. I just got out a little bit ago. I have a few friends and stuff like that. I'm living over here just fine. It's okay,
Where
though.
are you? We don't know where you went. You disappeared 6 months ago. You said you were going to the store, and we haven't seen you in 6 months.
No,
Off to go get milk.
You went to
No,
get a
I-
pack of cigarettes, and you never came back, just like my father.
No, remember I told you I was heading out. Remember I remember I was living at their house. I told you I was going out for, or was it out to the out west?
I am aware. I kind of hoped that you were jesting, but when I came home and found your clothes gone that night, I knew that you had been quite serious. I keep telling you, there's no room for another actor in the world. Yeah, surely you've had enough failed attempts to be ready to come home by now, right?
Actually, besides that little incident I had, it's actually going a bit better now.
Oh, don't tell me that you're doing anything. I've been watching the television. I've seen no commercials.
No, it's nothing on TV just yet. But I'm actually be a business owner here soon.
Business owner? Well, I don't know why she is so British. Your parents are now British. I don't. At least your mom, anyway. I have no idea where the voice came from, but I'm sticking to it. Yeah. I think you would kind of get at that point a little bit of, the disappointment, but almost trepidation and excitement in her voice when you say that a business owner. So, what kind of business would you be running?
It's I have a few different things up starting at the moment. There's I do have sort of like a sort of nightclub sort of thing. I actually am about to be building up. It's actually going to be really well in a really nice area. And there's a
Oh
few
dear,
other things
do you remember your father for the years that he was drinking? You know how I disapprove.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be me drinking.
But, well, it's good to hear from you. I do miss you. Your father's not in at the moment. He had ran out as well, but he should be back. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you.
All right, I'll give her a call. Just call me back whenever.
Well, do you have a number that we could reach you? Is this your phone number?
Yes, this is. Yeah, I lost my phone back then, and I just was able to actually get I want to get my bearings back out before actually calling you. I messed up a little bit, and I didn't need to get bailed out. It happened. I'm not
You
gonna ask
spent
anyone for
time
help.
in prison.
Yes, I
My
know.
God,
I know.
I told you that city was no good for anyone. Hooligans and
but-
ruffians, all the lot.
Don't worry though. You'll be getting some things here soon. Trust me. I've got things sorted out now though. It was just a little bit of a hiccup.
Well, you make sure to keep in touch. I haven't heard from your brother in months either. He's been rather busy as well with his new career. I kind of miss having my family. It'd be nice to hear from you more than once every 6 months.
I definitely will. I'm sort of my new shift sort of setting this place up is gonna be sort of nights, so I might when I call it might be pretty early or pretty late.
Well, I think that you're an hour or two behind us, but I'll take the call regardless. It's good to hear from you. I'll make sure to let your father know that you're okay, and remember, you're always welcome to come home if you need to. You know, don't put yourself in any bad situations. Stay out of trouble.
I will. I will.
Right. Well, I love you. Make sure to call.
I will.
Bye. You kind
Bye.
of hear like an awkward click, and like there's a wait. Like, that bitch didn't tell me she loved me. Fucking kid. Click. You know what I mean? Like, she waited for it. She did. Mom's heartbroken. But yeah, you throw the call for sure. She seemed a little distraught. But yeah. She now knows that you're at least alive. As far as that goes, if not a little more concerned about you to find out that you spent time in jail for, you know, some reason.
Yes.
Cool.
Figure something out. But yeah, that would be the last little thing of my my little adventure.
Fair enough. Anyone else then? Who else has something that they want to try and get accomplished?
Got shit?
Oh yeah, I feel like everybody should have stuff, man. So feel free, whoever wants to jump in.
Like, first things first is finishing up that bike for Ruku.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's give us another roll on that. Let's see how let's see how well that comes out. I'm kind of curious. This would be your finishing touches roll, so you've already kind of attached all the hard pieces, so
Just making it look pretty.
What type of attribute related to this?
So I think wits is probably fine. Wits or dexterity.
This one. We got teeth. Passable.
Let's see. 3 successes? With 3, I think yeah, like you said, definitely passable. The parts for the hard part, you know, trying to make sure that you could gather all the right pieces for an older bike. You know, make sure to give it a full tune-up, clean the carbs, all that good stuff. Make sure that there's no outdated wiring, or, you know, all the hoses have been replaced. There's nothing dry rotted any longer from the bike that you had kind of found that had been sitting for a year or so. It had had a couple of dry rotted gas lines and things. But yeah, this bike has finally come along. It's not the most incredible bike, you know what I mean? It is, but it is definitely, as Ruku had requested, it fucks. You know what I mean? It is sleek. What color did you go with?
I think it was originally green. I don't know color pairing exactly for like.
Just gonna throw it out there, Ruko. I feel like seeing the colors around Ruko's a green orange chameleon. Like, it's such a hard shift, but like the way like an oil sheen would probably be something that you would expect for him, maybe.
I don't think I'm gonna go for anything too fancy, so just like a green, mostly green, but like stripes of orange line throughout it.
Nice,
Like
yeah.
a highlight thing.
It's kind of the colors that he had around his place, because there's lots of flowers with the green or with the orange and red like flowers. So like you got the green stalks of grass at his tiki bar, you know what I mean, with the big Hawaiian flowers. It almost kind of matches that color aesthetic, you know what I mean? So yeah, it definitely looks real good, you know what I mean? It now looks like a solid, you know, straight up racer of some sort with the stripes down the side, looking pretty mean and sleek. You know, so you definitely think this will serve well. Do you go ahead and take it to him, or is this something that you're still planning on working on?
Sure, yeah, I'll totally take it over and present it all
Oh, yeah.
gravitously.
Yeah, you could stop in on one of the earlier nights of the week. It's pretty slow during the early nights. Like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the Tiki Bar is hopping as far as that goes. And now let me see if I can remember this. I believe the name of the Tiki Bar was Hawaloli, which I am terrible at pronouncing that word, but yeah, either Hawaloli. I can't do it. I wrote it down, but it's a southern or an islander word. But anyway, yeah. as you pull up to the tiki bar, you see that there's like one or two other cars. You know, very, very slow night. Making your way in, he is currently having a conversation with one other person. He's actually set at the bar, not his usual wicker throne that he has kind of perched up, and he is just having a conversation with one of the bar staff. But as he sees you come in, he says, "Hey, my guy, look at this.
Hey,
How you
Go
been,
over
my
to him.
man? What brings you in?"
good. So I'm bearing a gift for you to repay that old problem we had in the past. Hopefully, this will equal us out.
He kind of takes a look like, no, you didn't get it done, did you?
I totally got it done. This thing is
Oh.
a beaut.
Without even a word or question, he jumps up, starts moving across the bar towards you, like, because the door, you just walked in the door. He's ready to go right back out the door. He's like, where's it at?
Up in the parking lot.
All right. Making his way out. Let's go ahead and give him a roll, too, because I don't think he actually knows bikes. He just was like, yeah, that sounds like a cool thing.
Like, I'd be willing to do some teaching.
Right.
Or, like,
He may
give
need it.
help in whatever way.
Let's just go ahead and give him. I'm gonna give him 3 dice to see how many success we get. Oh, dude, critical. Rolled 3 dice, ended up with 5 successes. He is elated, to say the least. Like, as soon as you see it, you see his eyes go wide. You actually see a shimmer of red for just a brief, momentary second. As it kind of like shimmers a little bit of that kindred glare across the front of it. The beast inside of him even being welled to excitement, more or less. And yeah, he starts taking his time. He's looking over every square inch of it. He's touching it, running his hands along it. It's like he just, met it's like he was given a beautiful woman and she said, let's do this. You know what I mean? He's being intimately soft with every part of it as he runs his hands down the seat. You know what I mean? It's a moment that you see with this individual.
A blood
yeah,
tear goes down my cheek within the helmet.
Yeah, he is super excited. He says, "My guy, man, I asked you for something sleek, but this is sleek. This is gonna look real good, man."
Hell yeah.
How'd you get here? Did you ride this here? How
I
you
drove
gonna?
here. I'm gonna have to walk, but it's
No.
not a big deal.
Let me get this taken care of. And he actually just like snaps his fingers, and even though you're outside now, somebody from inside the bar still somehow hears it and comes running out, and he's just like, go get your car. I need you. You know what I mean? So the dude runs and grabs a car to essentially drive you, and he's like, man, let's go. We'll go back to your place. We'll get a bike. We'll go for a ride, man. We'll go up the coast.
I'll meet you back here. Huh?
All right. Yeah. Do what you got to do, man. No worries. I get it. As far as that goes, yeah, that was kind of his
Going
plan
about
anyway. He says, "That'll give me time to close things down here anyhow." He said, "You take good care of my guy." When he points at his bartender, who wordlessly just nods, agrees, gets in his little Toyota Tercel. It is not very nice, but offers to give you a ride back to your, wherever you want to go.
I'll get driven
essentially,
a bit further than like away from our area. Just, an extra quarter mile away, and then I'll backtrack.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. Cool, man.
Then I guess I'll spend an evening with Ruku. Although I don't want to get too close to him. Like, he's charismatic, but still, shit. I do not trust him. He is a killer. I know it.
Yeah. It's funny because you can see a very big difference between the man that you had first encountered, when you incurred this debt, and today. You know what I mean? The night that you had first incurred the debt was during a job that, had some crossed wires. He was a very formal businessman. He came in very quiet, stealthy, barely said a word. You know what I mean? Now he's this big, vibrant guy. But as you kind of
suit oddly for like his hits, I feel.
Yeah, something like that. Exactly. He's definitely takes it very professionally. Let me see here if I can
Might
do
be good to
this
have 'em
real
with us,
fast.
though.
There is a link, by the way, chat, for the location if you want to know more about it. I can't pronounce it, so I'll let you guys pronounce it. Hawaii? I don't know. Anyway, it's Tiki Bar. But yeah, and that's our World Anvil page if you guys have any other questions about characters or places. Let's see. But yeah, you grab your bike, head back, spend the evening. You guys can ride up through the coast, you know what I mean? As far as that goes, you kind of head north, get out of everyone else's territory, more or less heading up towards the valley in Malibu, that direction, and just ride the coastal highway all along the winding, roads along the edge of the shore on one side, cliffs on the other. It's an amazing ride. But you see again this kind of childlike light in his eyes that you haven't seen ever. You know what I mean? He's always very jovial and happy now that meeting him outside of work, but definitely takes some serious interest, it's a difference, But yeah, after a long ride, he kind of pulls back in. He handles the bike well enough. You see a couple of spots where he leans a little too hard or not hard enough and kind of has to catch himself. But, he's new to it, but he's got a pretty good dex, so he can handle it. But yeah.
Center of gravity, it works out.
Upon making it, yeah, exactly. That's it. Big guys and bikes, right? But upon making it back, he kind of just steps off the bike and takes a step back and just like shakes his head like with impressment, at how cool the ride was. And as you kind of walk over, he just literally grabs you with one arm and yanks you in to that big bear hug type thing. Not like a full man hug, but just like pulls you into the side and squeezes your neck a little bit. And he's like, my guy. Your debt is paid. I can tell you that, man.
Yeah.
We're good to go. But keep in mind, man, you ever want some work? I got some work for you.
Yeah.
He said, there's I've been trying to focus here on the job and trying to keep myself a little above the table. But if you ever want to take care of some jobs, I'll make sure you get well paid, my man. But as far as our debt, it is cleared at this moment.
Well, with that being said, I have other folk that I would like to be riding with in future days. And like I'm not mentioning this, I'll back away from the situation in as socially graceful as Bart can, which is not much.
It's pretty awkward, but he gets it, and he allows you to take your leave without any complaint to it. You know what I mean?
Holy shit, that dude burned 6 of my hours.
Yeah, he definitely spent a few of your nighttime hours for sure.
So it's besides that, I'm doing work for the warehouse above me, doing probably a little bit of work in the garage, doing occult research like I mentioned before. Cool. Finally, I'm reaching out to the Marauders.
I was going to ask about that.
Malwa. Just haven't talked with her much. Yeah, absolutely.
Good shit. Let's reduce this to 3 roles. So I want to get a couple of roles to cover all the things that you want to do. As far as your haven goes, or like the warehouse that you wanted to work with. You said you just kind of want to do your basic job there, or I believe we discussed some improvements.
Yeah, part of that is where I am getting like the warehouse staff in knowledge to keep an eye on like my front porch of my haven and make sure that no one is trying to like intrude or break in and shit, especially during the day.
Right, and you are not making them aware of who you are, so this kind of in the deception vein,
I'm known as the maintenance dude who does chill down in there oftentimes and is going in and out, but it's one of those.
In that case, we can go either deception or persuasion. I'll let you have your choice on this one.
But we don't have much there.
Well, if you have something else that you can think of, by all means. But
that's
just kind of
mostly no matter what. So
a roll to convince them to keep an eye on your stuff. You know what I mean? Your charisma, manipulation are both about the same. No persuasion.
I'll even throw in one of the dice from our lovely viewers.
I think subterfuge is okay if you wanted to get that one dot there. You know what I mean?
Like between subterfuge and streetwise is what I was. So
that works.
Either way,
I'm good with that. Just to convince them to watch your stuff without telling them, "Hey, I'm a vampire that lives in your basement."
Yeah. Happens to like own this thing.
Oh,
5 successes.
Technically, that's fine. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, you worried when you saw that skull, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 5 successes. You're easily able to persuade these guys into keeping an eye on things. You throw out a story that there was some kids that were messing around the door, and that you know that's entrance to the factory. Things need to be kept an eye on, and they immediately do that for you. They actually hire an extra patrolman, essentially like a security guard, to kind of stand post close by and circle that area. You know,
Yeah,
they bring one extra staff on just to help.
It is technically, there are 4 standard mortals and 1 gifted one who roughly do guarding of the haven during the day, but it's
Yes, that's what I was getting at. Yeah, is that your special one? And there are 4 more that circle the entirety of the building. You know what I mean?
they're
But yeah,
mainly
absolutely.
concerned with the warehouse, but it is still a functional thing for my ass.
Yeah, it covers you, because any way that they would get into your area, it would have to be kind of through the warehouse to some degree, or the
Now,
sewers.
is the
But
next one going to be an occult roll?
that's what I was going to say. Occult roll. So wits and occult is probably right up your alley, if I remember
A little bit
correctly.
better.
Anything else that you could think of? Yeah, wits is probably your better option. Wits and occult for how much you dive in. This is for your research into the Book of Nod, correct?
Yep.
Oh. Switch back here.
I'll burn a willpower for it. Fuck it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I probably
yeah.
would.
that's the perfect one to burn a
It's a
willpower
rough
for.
roll.
Fuck.
That's a
What wrong
wow.
opinions do I get from the Book of Nod?
I think the problem is that you become overly engrossed with it. You know what I mean? You know, like it becomes one of those things where you're kind of captivated by it, you're intrigued by the story. Maybe you believe it a bit more than you should. You know what I mean? If that makes sense, you know? It's a loose understanding. Have you ever met somebody that's real excited about something they barely understand? That's kind of the vibe I think you would get, is like you're like, no, the world's definitely flat. I saw one YouTube video. That's kind of you know what I mean? It's that you might be a little bit more excited about it than, you know, but I'll allow you to play that out as you wish. But yeah, you don't gain any new insight, which was kind of what you were hoping. You don't get any insight between the comparisons of Kindred of Old and Kindred of New, or anything that really helps you in the modern knights that you had hoped for, maybe.
Kane is really cool. I totally think that he is a taxi driver who works within LA.
he's a real cool dude. I'm pretty sure he's Middle Eastern. Like 90% sure. That's probably true, actually. But yeah, as far as that goes. And then yeah, there's like this hot chick Lilith, and like there's pictures of her boobs in this book. It's great. Yeah, that kind of thing. It's a little bit of a skimmed look. You don't give it as much detail as it should. And then last, the Midnight Marauders. I guess this would be Streetwise,
That one
probably.
I'm kind of bailing on because of this deal.
Okay.
Maybe just still loosely, I do contact with at least Monica. It's where
Absolutely.
it won't be with the greater gang, but it's where at least a check-in of, oh hey,
Right,
how are things and stuff, and like mainly I wanted to know about like if the general, well, what's the general anarch movement up to at the current time?
Done. Okay.
What's the vibe there?
Go ahead and give me a roll still, because I'm kind of curious. Let's make it either composure or resolve. Actually, you know what? Resolve, because this is more mental. This is you making sure to take your time up from the book to actually call her. You know what I mean? So let's do resolve and probably streetwise, something like that, to talk to her. You know what I mean? Like to, you know, figure out where they're at, because they're all bikers. You know what I mean?
Oh.
But yeah, that's just the 3 rounds and out makes it real easy. 2 successes. That's more than enough for you to, you know, make sure to reach out, get in touch with her, all that good stuff, right? You know what I mean? Let's see here. So yeah, you reach out to her. You get actually with 2 successes. I think you get an actual visit, not just a call. You know what I mean? You might throw a call her way. It doesn't get replied. Nobody answers the phone, and then within a night, as you wake up kind of roused from your haven and start making your way into the neighborhood, you're a block or 2 away from your haven, and you see her sitting alongside of a bike, just alongside the road. You know what I mean? More or less keeping an eye out. Does she know where your actual haven is? Would she know? Or are you trying to keep that hidden?
Probably not. It's where, if anything, the garage. That's all.
The garage. That's what I was going to say. It is a block or 2
close
down.
enough where it doesn't actually matter, but Bart wants to think it matters.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so as you pull up to your garage from leaving your haven, you see that she's leaned against a bike, just hanging out outside. And, leather's on. She's full biker gear. She is very reminiscent to the other bikers that you met that are traditional biker club. She has a patch on the back that has a skull over a giant A symbol. You know what I mean? Kind of the anarchy logo hidden in beneath it. But if you were to look close enough, you might find some kindred, kind of... what do you call that? Insignias, kind of dabbled in amongst all of her patches. Yeah, but now she is not a Nosferatu, correct? Or is she?
I
think all the Midnight Marauders were. That's what they are, Nosferatus.
We try to welcome in some gangrel and
there's some others
and shit, but they're not the majority.
Yeah, we'll leave it at the fact that at least visually, or as far as her face goes, she doesn't appear to be Nosferatu. Maybe you don't even know for 100% certain. But you see long, just oil black hair, kind of pouring out from underneath of the helmet that she takes off. As she does, it's very, biker girl, bangs in the front, long in the back. It's like the female version of a mullet, but made pretty. You know what I mean? She is a very tough looking woman, but has very good facial features, strong jawline. She's very masculine in the way that she's still beautiful. You know what I mean? But as she takes off the helmet, she says, I think you were trying to hit me up?
Hey, yeah. I was wondering about stuff and things. We recently got actually told to keep an eye on this neighborhood, but
I've heard you're moving your way up. Not too bad.
You want to know about here?
I've got lots of things that I want to know. Let's step into the garage if you don't mind. And kind of gives you a look.
The door, down goes the door.
Yeah, she kind of looks left and right. She seems a little paranoid. But as she comes with inside, you know what I mean, and you have a moment to actually sit and talk, so I'm kind of impressed to see what you've been doing here. It's not too bad. Baronizzi isn't my favorite, but, she's inclusive, so you got to give her that. But, your bloodline's as old as they come. I don't think even the Camarilla would shrug you for your heritage. But, yeah, it's a different neighborhood around here, isn't it?
I'd say so, though. I don't fuck with Cam.
Well, no, none of us do, but
brief
still.
Run with someone associated there, they can get fucked.
See, you're learning quickly. Maybe I don't have as much to teach you as I thought I would have to, but, catching on, you're doing all right. Yeah, as far as questions, I don't think I've really got many. What do you feel about Izzy? Kind of curious to know what you think of her.
She seems nice, beautiful. Seems to have a good head for leadership or resolving issues.
Yeah.
So,
I think she knows how to play the game. Keep an eye on her, She seems all right, but anyone that's that all-inclusive type nonsense, it sounds good. But I always question it, I like somebody that has something to hate, and she doesn't seem to have that. I mean, she even lets the damn Denbloods in town. I mean, it's something off about that. They're barely even ghouls, She kind of you see a little bit of a disinterest in general, but ultimately shrugs it off and says, well, I mean, Other than that, beat on the street is that with the cam gun, there's really not much to do for us anymore. So I think most people are just squabbling over where they get their snacks. I know that I watched two kindred go at it a couple of miles down south, just over a single bar. Where their feeding territories were. It seems like people are getting a little bit on edge. I don't like on edge. That draws attention, and obviously, the Marauders and I don't like attention.
Any good way of releasing it, like, non-destructively?
Yeah, jerk off, but nobody's going to do that as kindred.
Yeah, I've noticed that was a, side effect.
Yeah, she kind of, just shrugs it off. Like, this is this is why the mortals have one up on us. You know what I mean? They can still jerk off. But yeah, yeah, she kind of throws out. She says, "I don't know what to do here, but as far as us squabbling with each other, but I think it's going to resolve itself if it doesn't resolve soon. Because that much squabbling amongst each other is going to draw eyes. I've been hearing some rumors. Apparently, there's some guys." Down Santa Monica way, maybe even a little further south. Stories of hunters and I don't know, military goons. Just things like that.
Stuff on that, like a weapons shipment.
Weapons.
Up where
I didn't hear they were
something
arming
like
themselves.
a light-based weapon, or like some way of making light.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
supposed to be real strong.
I don't like the sounds of that at all. Fucking sci-fi Greeks, man. I tell you what, they're making this stuff a reality. Keep an eye on my great-grandniece. She's got this thing she puts on her head. Totally makes her like she's in a virtual world. Like, it's just terrifying what people are doing nowadays. You know what I mean? You can tell she's much older, so like the concept of something like VR is mind-blowing to her. So to hear something about like a light-powered weapon, you actually see like the hair raise on her arm a little bit, as it visibly kind of shakes her to hear it. She says, well, anyway, me and the Marauder's been keeping an eye on it. This is what we do. But I heard you talked with some of the guys, Ratbone, all them,
Yeah.
He said that he told you there's a war coming. I believe that. We're just gearing up, man. If there's anything I can tell you, it's get ready. Something's coming. It's
okay.
If we got these guys making space weapons and, all of a sudden they're asking questions and at least one or two nests I know of have either went up like a candlestick or like a matchstick or just, the buildings suddenly fell in, so I think that something's going on, and that would be weird. That would be my words of wisdom, is keep an eye out for that sort of thing. Keep making your way up the political structure, Maybe you don't need to be a baron or anything, but make sure to keep yourself integrated with powerful people. Marauders, we keep our ear to the ground, but we stay in the back, to the back of the scene. We don't want to be in the forefront. We try to stay in the background. But you seem like you've positioned yourself in a place where you could gain some influence pretty quick. I think it could be mutually beneficial to all of us. Anyway, unless you got any specific questions, if you're just trying to figure out what's going on tonight, look around you. But, if there's anything you need to know.
Like, if anything, Bart will then... Well, no, he doesn't have the book on him. He'll try asking about, like, Gehenna and whatever the fuck that means.
Gehenna, I don't know her. Oh, yo, you're talking about the thing. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
She kind of takes a minute.
Seems legit.
Yeah. So the question is, what is it, right? Do you know the name Baron, or do you know the name Abrams?
Abra.
I think we had a discussion about this at one point, and you were aware of
as, like,
the
historical
name.
Figure.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you knew the name, but not who or what is exactly he did. Not like history.
Uh-huh.
She's like, well, that guy went east. You know, so there's some truth to it. He said, the rumor around was that he felt called, and just packed up his shit. He had a whole barony. He used to run Hollywood before Nelly. Had the whole city, like the heart of the city. It's fucking Hollywood. And all of a sudden he just packs up all of his shit and leaves overnight. There's something to it. I don't think it's going to affect someone as young as you, but apparently the elders are getting nervous. But here's the thing that people don't know. A couple of them have come back. I don't know what, I can't give any names or specifics, but apparently a few of them found either some way to break the cycle or lost interest. I don't know, but some of the elders that left before are making their way back into the city. And with everybody squabbling amongst each other, it wouldn't be too big of a stretch to imagine a power grab. So, keep an eye. That's why I said, kind of make your way up the ladder a little bit. See if you can keep your ear to the grindstone. She mixes her metaphor. But yeah, that would be her suggestion. Is that she's heard that several of those that have been beckoned are returning. You know what I mean? Whether the war is now over, whatever it was, or they've just found some way to break the cycle. But the idea that out of game, above game, you know what I mean? That of the idea that the elder kindred were called to the Middle East, presumably by someone older than them. But if that bond has been broken somehow or released and they're making their way back, that means very powerful kindred making their way back into the city after a long time of absence. You know what I mean? So people that haven't had, been heard of could now be making their way in. That definitely caused some political issues for sure. At very least, But yeah, that's kind of what she would warn you for. Otherwise, she kind of kicks the tire on your bike. She says, "It's looking a little good." Personally, I don't like the seat, but whatever. I like the big bikes. And she kind of points at the obvious like Harley outside, as opposed to your little toy bike. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, other than that, she just kind of has some jokes and eventually says, "Well, either way, take care of yourself. If you need me, I'm never too far off. You give me a call, I'll show up. I don't answer my phone anymore. Can't trust it.
Fair
but
enough.
I still got it. But yeah, she kind of pals around with you for a moment or two, if lightly, and then makes her way out after some light, just light conversation you would have with somebody you met at a gas station or whatever. Nothing too serious. But yeah, that would be it. Anything else that you had on your list, or was that was all three things, right?
Yeah, nothing major.
Cool. I will get you some more information if need be on any of those things. But yeah, that covers the dots that you've spent and things like that. Let's do snow cone next, if we can, because I know you said you might have to leave for a few minutes during our second half to deal with some personal matters. So let's go ahead and get you taken care of. What does snow cone do during this few weeks or week? About week to 10 days. We'll give you guys like some time.
I would say Snowcone's trying to really focus on like the business they came here to start up. So I would imagine they are like taking the time to not only just like do the regular rounds of making business in their territory and like around the whole like the street tariff, but I think they would try to like take some trips and drive around outside of in different areas. So like going like upstate and then just trying to drive around, like get more business there, and then moving a little bit more inland to the north. Not north. Wait, what? No, east. East to then see if anybody is looking for like a pharmacist that like they want to support, and then just try to get more customers to come back here.
Gaia, so is your concern more on the mortal populace or the kindred population? Because as far as your blood, your pharmaceuticals, you've kind of dabbled into both. As far as that goes, as far as establishing your mortal, you know what? Let's just do both. Let's go ahead and let's make a roll for each and see kind of what progress you can make as far as that goes. Since you spend most of your time in a car, we'll just use this image. There we go. Trying to keep some nice graphics going on for us here. Okay, so let's see what we need to roll for the mortal side of affairs. Let me take a look at your character sheet. See what's good for you. So this could be probably, I think charisma or manipulation is definitely. You know what? Actually, let's use your intelligence. You got some seriously good intelligence. Let's use intelligence and finance. That's a big roll for you. Or I don't think medicine really covers because, like, yes, well. I mean, you know what? I'll let you use medicine if you want to. Not necessarily the phlebotomy specialty, but if you want to do intelligence and medicine, that's a huge role for you as far as the mortal side of things. Yeah. Trying to bring more mortal influence, get some, you know, what do you call that? Kind of above board businesses established.
Heck yeah. All right, let's make some rolls. Okay, so medicine, 2, charisma, no, intelligence, right? Okay. Met. Let's roll some bones.
Yes, and you already clicked it. We're just waiting for the response. Gotta love roll 20 sometimes. Yeah, it can be great about it. There we go.
Hey,
all right,
hey.
5 successes. Nice. No criticals, but 5 successes. Good stuff. Yeah, with 5 successes, I think that you can meet up with a couple of pre-established pharmaceutical pharmacies, more or less. So something that you kind of learn when you start putting your pulse, thumb on the pulse of this, so to speak. The major companies only want to deal with, certifiable businesses, brick and mortar stores, CVS's, etc. Right? But someone that's trying to do something a little different like you can still get some really good secondhand deals by working kind of as a subcontract through some of those locations. So you make a few arrangements with several of the local pharmacies to kind of help you manage your stuff a little bit, while you're also kind of helping them with new experimental medicine grants, because they can claim you as kind of a experimental venture in their business, which is mutually beneficial for both of them. So I think, with 5 successes, let's say that you set up 5 shops that you have, an arrangement with. You know what I mean? Not like they're not your businesses, they're their own businesses, but are more than willing to work with you, so to speak. You know what I mean? So getting pharmaceuticals locally, originally you were going to Colorado, getting a lot of things, imported in to have a lot of your medicine delivered, things like that. Sorry, guys. I apologize over that constant ding you're hearing. My Oculus is going batshit tonight, and it keeps notifying me that it's disconnected. But anyway, yeah, I think now you have up to 5 local establishments, mom and pops, brick and mortar stores, but that can get you more ingredients locally, so to speak. As well as if you have anything that, you can at least fudge the paperwork for, they would be happy to put on their shelves as well, type of thing. The best part of it all is that you get access, when making this kind of network with them, you get access to their customer lists. You know what I mean? So that you kind of know who's taking what and where you can track those people down after dark, so to speak. So that kind of gives you a couple of elderly people that you could experiment on if need be, or elderly people that you could rob for their medicine if need be, things like that. But it does kind of give you a bit of what's the word I'm looking for? It makes you a little bit more official in your capacity, right? So like you have, you know, an actual pharmacy license probably, but you're kind of this, you know, mobile pharmaceutical guy, right? It kind of doesn't appeal directly to the major big pharma conglomerates, but these guys think it's brilliant, you know what I mean? So they're more than happy to work with you as far as sharing customer information, testing out new drugs, etc. So yeah, I think that would be, you know, with 5 successes, it gets you a lot of give and take as far as things that you could call upon later if you wanted to do some pharmaceutical foolery, I guess we could call it. But yeah, that's definitely something. So you now have some connects here in this city too. So you don't always have to go as far as Colorado. Your big shipment in Colorado, that's all you, no question. But these guys have definitely brought you in, and you feel if you keep working at it, you might be able to make your way up in these businesses too, to the point where you could kind of end up being the guy in charge there if you wanted. But it might just take some time and effort to eventually buy them out, take them over, whatever, things like that. As far as the kindred affairs, let's go ahead and make another roll, and we'll still use your intelligence, because that's really good. This time, let's use medicine and your phlebotomy specialty.
Ooh.
So this is going to be a big roll. 8 dice for you. Yeah. Does anybody know how to add the specialty? I have not used these sheets before. I think maybe you just add a +1, right?
Yeah, +1.
Yeah. When it asks for a modifier, just add a +1 because you have your phlebotomy specialty.
All right. So I'll just roll medicine and then just add +1.
Yeah. Yep. Intelligence, medicine, +1. Or medicine, intelligence, because you got to roll it backwards on these sheets.
+1, difficult 2, and then let's see how long it takes to roll.
Gotta love Roll20, guys. It's a fun thing. All the more reason why we need your support so we can keep these bills paid. Get better tech. Ooh. Alright, so that's only 4 successes. Would you like to do any willpower? It's still a good roll, don't get me wrong, but would you like to willpower on this?
You know what? Why not?
All right.
Let's see if we get any good stuff out of that.
Right, yeah. Well, you know you're not going to messy critical or anything like that, so your blood dice are regular successes. So yeah, you can re-roll up to 3. Yeah, you can re-roll 3 dice.
All right.
See how high we can get this thing.
All right. Just rolled it. Let's see.
Oh,
all right. There we go. 3 more successes. Oh, wait. That did some weird willpower stuff. Why did it roll 6 dice? That's weird.
I only said 3.
I don't know. Either way, I'm going to give you 3 dice, because why not? Let's just call that 7 successes, because I don't want to wait on it to re-roll. That's what you get, Roll20. Take that. But all right. So with that many successes...
hold on 1 second. There's a cockroach I gotta smash real quick.
What? Cockroach.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's got a bug crawling across his desk and wants to get rid of it. All right, Numar. While he's dealing with that matter, what has Numar been up to? He's legit killing this bug, whatever it is. Ha!
On stream. Got the shoe.
Yep. he's getting it. Here. I'll give him that much credit. All right, he's out for lunch. Go right ahead.
Let's see. As far as Numar goes, I was thinking about getting a sandwich from Jimmy. I know.
Okay. Gotta stop by.
As
Gotta stop by the.
exciting as it sounds,
Yeah, no. Gotta stop by the
can
touchstone,
maybe
man.
take this. Yeah. We'll check in with him for the first time, but it's also thinking maybe take the sandwich to go and check out some of that graveyard.
All
place.
right. Check out a little bit more of the graveyard. Cool. All right, so that just gives me some food for thought while we're finishing up with Snowcone. I can start prepping for you here.
Sorry about that, folks. Little fuckers think they own the place, so I had to show them who the fuck is boss.
Oh man, big city life, right? Gotta love it. All right.
Oh, that's great.
So anyway, with 7 successes, here's what you end up tapping into, right? Is that you start to get a couple of affiliations with kindred who have made deals with blood trade. As far as that goes, I will get you some specific names later because I know that I have somebody that's integrated into the circulatory system, as it were, but I can't remember who it is right off the top of my head. But yeah, you make a few friends as far as that goes that are more informed with blood and the blood trade. So one of the things that you get set up between actual pharmacies and kindred who have networks in that area is you can get any, let's just go ahead and say that once a week, you can, more or less call upon any sort of, what do you call that? It's not dyscrasia, but humor of blood that you need one time per week. So as far as like if you need sanguine blood to mix in with your medicine, you know what I mean? If you need phlegmatic blood, to test it on different, kind of humors, you can tap into that once per week and get whichever one you want within a night. You know what I mean? Just, make a call, get some blood brought your way as far as that goes. Trying to think of who all we've met recently, because I know there's somebody in particular, but like I said, I'll give you some details on it. There's definitely one person in particular that is doing something similar as far as, different types of blood in the humors and taste testing. So yeah, you get hooked up with the ability to get a hold of any humor of blood. So the medicine that you're already kind of dabbling with, as far as that goes, has an effect on kindred. Adding that humor can actually increase the positive effects of it. So like I can't remember exactly which clan and which disciplines go with which, but if I'm not mistaken, I think like melancholic blood increases your die rolls on mental effects by like 1 or 2 dice, you know what I mean? So it'll help you in that regard. If you're trying to have a drug that increases mental stats, it can give an extra dot beyond that, more or less. So yeah, you're learning that the types of blood or the humors of blood can affect the medications you're using in a different way. And between you guys having easy access to the old folks home, Bell Meadows or whatever it's called, Bell Landry, I can't remember, what do we call it? Either way. And your connections to pharmacies, getting a hold of blood has become something that's pretty simple for Snowcone. I think with 7 successes, I'm going to go ahead and say also that you find like a local blood bank, that you find a guy that can get you bagged blood. You know what I mean? So you now have a connection. We'll create this character more or less, but we'll say that he is probably a ghoul that's under one of the other kindred here in the city that is happy to sell you a couple bags out the back door when he can get extra stock or when he's able to.
All right, this is good.
Yep. I know this isn't the role play heavy episode, but definitely we needed to do some housekeeping, so that's why we were doing a week time jump. So bear with us, folks. Feel free to add in your rumors here, man, because this is where you can add the cool stuff. Maybe that same guy has some connections of his own. Is there anything else that Snowcone wants to get involved with?
I would say that the only thing Snowcone would get involved with would be like just checking in on their brother, because they are a ghoul as well. So they just want to make sure that they're being, treated well by their sire.
Absolutely. So between your brother and Tara, I think those are the 2 other things I kind of wanted to touch base with you on. Because you seem to have been the person who brought Tara in, even though she's now playing buddy with Marina, living together. She still has a very big interest in you, so we'll touch base on both of those. Yeah, you go to visit with your brother. Did we make a determination on where he lives? Down south in LA, or
We never made that. We never made a location on where they're staying, so they could be anywhere.
yeah, okay. Do you have a preference? Are they local or are they back in Colorado, kind of deal? You know?
I'll say for convenience that they're still in Colorado.
Okay. So you take the trip. You take a nighttime run. It's not that far, you know what I mean? You've done it before because of your drug trade, as far as that goes. You know how to, you got a guy that puts you in the back of a truck and drives you there. This way you don't have to worry about somebody opening the door during the daytime, etc. I think you could probably get there in a night, to be honest. I don't know the exact mileage, but if anybody knows if you can get to from California, LA to Colorado overnight, let me know. But yeah, it takes a day or two out of your probably 3 days out of your week, but you can actually make a ride back home, which means I'll go ahead and say that you can restock any of your shipments as well on your drugs. So you've got a full stock of supplies, on your Viagra and amphetamines, as far as that goes. And also you meet up with your brother, who is a cool in that area, did we give a name to his sire yet? Chat, if somebody wants to give me the name of a Zamitsi kindred, I would appreciate it. 17 hours. Thank you, sir. There it is. 17 hours. So yeah, it definitely takes, 2-3 nights, or 3, maybe 4 nights to get there and back. But anyhow, your brother meets you. What's your brother's name?
My brother's name. Let me look at my sheet real quick and
Yep, I gotta take notes.
Let's see, touchdowns. My brother's name is Frosty.
Frosty, gotcha. Snow Cone and Frosty, love it. Awesome. All right, so meeting up with Frosty. Frosty is a bit bigger than you. He's probably the older brother by a couple of years, maybe, and loves to lord that over you, kind of deal. So it's amusing that you end up becoming the protector in this situation, but he never sees it that way. Remembering your mortal lives together, he's never allowed you to feel like the older brother, but or feel like the protector, however. But when he sees you, he sets up an arranged meeting for you. He says it'll take him a little while to get free. You end up waiting an extra hour beyond the time, but he does eventually meet you at a small restaurant, in Colorado there. It's a small little diner. It's almost like a truck stop / diner. There's definitely 15 big rigs parked outside. Very private location where he doesn't feel people will mess with you. But as you come in, as you see him come in, you've been sitting at a booth for a little while, cup of cold coffee sitting in front of you when he comes in. And again, he's a little bit bigger than you, bigger guy, muscular, things like that. But something stands out to you that he doesn't quite look like himself. You know what I mean? He used to have this thing with his nose. It was slightly broken. You guys remember having a schoolyard fight when you were kids. His nose got broke, never properly mended, and it had a bit of a S curve to it. That's gone. He looks very clean in the face. He looks a little bit more muscular than you remember last having seen him. He looks good. But it is a little, different. As he sits down, he says, sorry, man. I had a couple things come up. Did you order something? I mean, I know you don't need it, but, he just kind of like throws a hand up. He said, can we get 2 shakes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Debbie, the older redhead kind of waitress, scratches something down on paper, and with a couple of minutes, you're brought these elaborately made milkshakes that they sell at this gas station diner. Nothing too fancy, but they've tried, But after that, you're left alone. You're in a quarter booth. You can speak with whatever you want to speak with him about. He says, you know, how's things been out in LA, man? You look good.
Thanks.
Yeah, you haven't aged a day.
No, but I'm feeling pretty good. And as for LA, business has actually been pretty good. I've just gotten in touch with 5 new pharmacies and opened up 5 new stores, so that's going pretty well for me.
Hey, look at this. Little bro finally coming up in the world. Good to see it.
Yeah.
Well,
Uh,
I wish I could say the same for me. I just kind of keep working out every day, you know, keep my head above water, really. But you know, I got my connections. You know, I'm taken care of pretty well around here. You know, things like that. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah. And how are like that? They're gonna give them a knowing look and just ask them. So, how are they treating you? These days?
You can hear the mental record scratch in his head. You know, kind of that immediately, and you know, it takes him by surprise. And good, real good, man. He kind of looks around conspiratorially. Yeah, they've been taking care of me. You know, I'm, you know, hey, I haven't aged. You know, they've been giving me regular doses, I guess you call it in your world. I've been taking my medicine, so to speak, but you know, I feel good. You know, all that. But yeah, things have been good. Go ahead and give me a wits insight.
I was about to say, my
Yeah.
bullshit meter is ticking something fierce.
I assumed as much already, so yeah, go ahead and give me that wits insight.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody who's got family, you can always tell that when some's fishy, you can just
Yep.
smell it.
You spend enough time around somebody, you tend to know their ins and outs.
And I know my brother.
All right, 3 successes. I think with 3 successes, you definitely get a bit of, as soon as you mention their name, there's almost a bit of trepidation. You know, they immediately don't want to talk about it. They feel uncomfortable talking about it. But I think with 3 successes, it's hard to pinpoint exactly whether or not it's out of fear or just out of, you know, the blood bond that you know is there. You know what I mean? As far as that goes, just, you know, they've probably been told not to talk about it to some degree. And as you kind of do, you see him subconsciously scratching his nose as far as that goes. But other than that, you kind of get a gist that maybe everything's not 100% perfect, but for the most part, you know, just looking at him, how he's, you know, reacting, he doesn't seem like, dear God, please help me, but more of a, you know, things have had their ups and downs, you know, kind of like if you know somebody that's in a bad relationship, you know, and it's okay, it's not the worst, it's not violent, but it's not great either, you know. They're kind of trying to respond with a, you know, an affirmative and positive reaction, but definitely keeping some things private as far as that goes. And like I said, you definitely see him subconsciously kind of scratch that nose that you can see has changed a bit.
All right. Well, if you say everything is okay, I believe you.
Yeah, Ben. You know, hey, you know, I'm the big brother here. I'm supposed to be taking care of you. Don't worry about me. You know, it's one of those things. You know, I got this. You know, I'm working my way up. She definitely, you know, said that if you know, we keep at this for a little while longer, you know, maybe I could even, you know, go all the way like you know.
Sometimes stop, like mid drink and like put down their smoothie and just like, what do you mean by that?
Well, yeah, you know, like the big bite. you know?
The big.
Yeah, like they like go totally to the night, you know, instead of me having to like live off of her, I could live for myself, you know? Like, I mean, what other choice do I got at this point? It's been what, like 40 years, man. If I stop, I mean, imagine all those years catching up. I've seen it, you know, like she, you know, if she can age or de-age things, like I've seen people go from 20 to 200, man. Just, I don't want that, you know? So, like, what else do I kind of got to look forward to?
You have so much to look forward to.
I mean,
Frosty.
yeah.
I'm Frosty. When I became this, it wasn't just a lifestyle change. It's not like I just acquired a big check and turned my life around. This was something that was like finding a cellar door in your house that you didn't know was there, and once you opened it, it could never be closed, and you cannot close. And let me tell you, this cellar door in your house is still closed. You know it's there, but it's not open yet. So please.
Right, but when you found that cellar door, man, you found like the radioactive Spider-Man spider down there, you know? Look at you. I've seen the stuff you can do, man. I've seen the things she can do. You know? Like it's amazing stuff. I mean, you know, I'm strong. I got some, you know, new skills, but like nothing like what you got.
And with that great power,
Oh, here we go. You see him just kind of roll his eyes a little bit, you know what I mean? Here we go. Man, I thought you'd be happy, you know what I mean? You know, I'd be like you, and we could, you know, maybe if I'm not so dependent on her, you know, maybe I could even come out to LA, you know, I could spend some more time with you, you know, we could rule the night. Misguided youth.
you know so little, Frosty, and it shows so much.
Hey, fuck you, man. I bought you a milkshake.
And I'm the one, and I'm still drinking it.
Yeah. Look, man. Look. Either way, it's been going all right. You know what I mean? Like I've been doing what she asks. You know, keeping things real good. I've gotten in real good. She treats me good. You know. And again, you kind of get that hair that maybe he's not being 100%, but for the most part, you know, you don't see like, you know, abnormal malformations on him. You don't see burn marks or anything. Like he's not being
That's 'cause
terribly
she can hide it.
abused. But
She
yeah,
can put on real good makeup.
yeah, that also might be true. But yeah, you definitely see that every time he talks about it, like he says the right words, but subconsciously, like he kind of like rubs his shoulder a little bit, or kind of, you know, scratches that nose a little bit, where you can see that he's a little more swole, or you know, whatever. You know, it's something that you can tell has had a mental effect on him, and he kind of is wanting to listen to you, but at the same time maybe is struggling with the choice, you know. But yeah, I just, you know, I thought it would be nice to not be so indebted, you know. I wouldn't have to, you know, depend on someone else. Like, well, what do you expect me to do? Come to you? I wouldn't ask you for that.
That's exactly why I gave you my phone number so many years ago, so you could call me if something happened like this. Look, Frosty,
Yeah, if something
I've made
happened, I'll call, you know, but like it's been good.
all right. So at least let me catch you up on the progress I've made with this whole business thing, because that's not why I do this, right? It's not just the about the discovery of new medicine and stuff. It's about finding this cure for you and me.
Or for me. Or a cure?
Yes.
Go ahead and give me a,
Yes.
I'll tell you what, give me a persuasion on this one. I want to see how well he responds to this. Because this could either go one way or the other. Let's see what works well for Snow Cone. Definitely charismatic. So we'll take charismatic and trying to think what. You know what? You can even use your medicine here because, like, I think that's the thing is he knows that you have that much again. You know that he doesn't.
Charisma medicine.
Yeah, yeah. Trying to persuade him that there might be a cure out there. You know, you can use some
How,
fast talk and fancy words to try and help him convince him.
what's the difficulty going to be for this?
As far as it goes, like, difficulty is 2, just to get him to believe it at all, but the more successes, the better type deal.
All right, then.
You know me, I typically, as long as you get a success, it's something, but
Ha!
that's a rough roll, man. Do you willpower?
At this point, yes.
Yeah, I kind of
Yes.
figured.
Holy shit! Yes, that's like how many dice am I re-rolling
7
this
dice,
time?
no
3.
successes. Or no, that's 6. Yeah,
It's a 6. 6 zeros.
Wow.
6 0 successes.
that's a hard roll to
It
make.
really-
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
It did the same
I
thing
think
it was
again, where it
3.
rolled too many dice. Let's
Why does
try
it
this
keep doing
again.
that?
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
see.
just roll-
Let me double check. Pull up your sheet. Are you using the willpower reroll button?
Yes.
Let me try it real quick. Dice to roll 3. Submit difficulty 2. Works for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
are you clicking the willpower button itself or the willpower reroll?
Oh yeah, right below where it says willpower reroll. That's
Oh,
what's happening. You're rolling all of your willpower.
Okay, yeah, that's probably where I'm messing up.
Gotcha.
Okay, so let me try this.
I was about to say, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
let
we're
me
still
try it
getting
now.
used to these sheets, guys. I've never used the vampire sheets until this game, so it's been a bit of adjustment. All right, 1 success. With 1 success, he kind of looks at you like, man, dude, I don't think there's going back for us, man. Like, think about it, dude. Like, she told me, you know, if I stop taking what she's been giving me, like, those years catch up, man. We're not spring chickens anymore, you know?
But that's why I have this, and they're gonna like reach over and like pull out the EpiPen of blood with the the stuff they've been working on.
The hell is that thing, man? It's like, is it, you got bees or something?
This is the next step in finding that cure. It's a combination. I managed to combine drugs with vampiric blood and get it to have a hold on vampire.
Wait, what? Man, look, man, you're way smarter than when it comes to that stuff. Like, let's be honest, man. You were the school guy. I spent most of my time on the football team. Like, but you know, I trust you and all, but I just don't know if there's a way to reverse it, man. Are you saying that like that'll give me the same thing that she gives me? Will it sustain me?
Sadly, not at the moment, but I am making progress.
All right, man. I tell you what, I will agree to believe you, but you got to promise me, you do find that cure, I get to be the first one to try it. Don't get me wrong, like I don't love being indebted, you know, but she's good to me. Like you actually see like a pull immediately where he has to correct himself. Almost subconsciously like does it. You know, she's good to me. You know, so like, you know, but like, you know, hey, you know, if there's a way out, there's a way out. I'll trust you on that, man. If you can find a way, I want to be the first one to do it.
well, thank you for trusting me. This means a lot for me. Just to have hope in this and to see that this is actually working and I'm making strides to this. It might actually happen. I will make this happen. I will.
Believe that you believe it, man. That's all it takes for me. My brother. You know, what else are we for, right? Ain't nobody else ever believed in us. We always had to do it ourselves, so, you know. I got your back, I'm sure you got mine. He takes a big drink of the shake, finishes it off, actually throws a hand up. He's like, "Can I get a burger?" You know. The mortal in him still hungry, of course. But yeah, other than that, you know, is there anything that you really wanted to have? Is there any other like major moves that you wanted to make with your brother other than just checking in on him, or does it just kind of then switch to more idle conversation until the night ends?
I think it just stays to idle conversation, but before the night's over, they're gonna give them like at least 3 samples of the poison blood mixed with the humorous blood, and it's and say, I want you to get these to your sire. I want them to look it over and see if they can yield any results with their experiments. If they can increase the potency or give it something to have a more drastic altering effect on even humans. At just see what you can do.
Hey man, I'll give it to her. You know what I mean? I know she likes playing with blood. You know, so it's probably something she'd be into. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. No, I can do that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Your number's still the same. If she needs to reach out to you, anything like that.
Whips out the business card.
Official as always. Look at you, my baby bro, the businessman. He takes the card, kind of tucks it into his pocket or whatever. He says, like, I'll give it to her, man. You know, is there, you know, it's not gonna. There's nothing in here that's gonna be like dangerous or anything, right?
No, really, unless hold on. I didn't give you the Viagra one, did I?
He definitely laughs. Like he does not believe that you're being serious when you make the statement. But yeah, he says, all right, all right, all right, enough jokes, man. He puts them in his pocket again, and he's like, I'll make sure Vereen gets it. You know, I'll ever take a look into it and see what we find out. Maybe we'll end up working together. Who knows, you know? But either way, it was good seeing you, man. You need to make your way out this way more often. It's been good. You know, I wish I could come see you, but, you know, I gotta stay close. Abby, thank you for the follow. But yeah, he does, you know, he kind of, you know, pals around for a few moments. He finishes his burger. He pays for the meal for you, you know, which was only a shake and a cup of coffee. But, you know, he does leave a nice tip for the waitress. So he seems like he's doing okay, at very least, even if, you know, still under the sway of someone else. So you'll have to kind of decide how that plays out in the long run. But you have a long ride back in the back of a shipping container, more or less, the cargo section of a, you know, there's a hidden wall in the back of a, like, 18-wheeler that's probably, you know, moving Radio Shack goods or something like that. But there's a nice little 4-foot section of the back of the truck that has a false wall that you can hide behind, enclosed, and you make your journey back to LA. But yeah, man, you've definitely made some new business arrangements as far as that goes. Checked in on your brother, and you know he's at least alive and doing somewhat okay, if not still being manipulated to some degree, both mentally and physically by his sire. But yeah, it's an interesting kind of road trip for you, I'm sure. You know, lots to think about on that 17-hour ride back. But anything else that you want to clear up before we go to take our break?
No, that's all their bases covered.
Cool, cool, cool. Well, I know that we started a little bit late, but I know that Snowcone has a few things that he might have to go deal with here in a moment. And before we get into Numar and stretch out too far, let's go ahead and grab our break real quick. When we come back, we'll handle Numar's week of downtime, and then we'll pick up from there. This way we're not throwing off the schedule, and I will get that thing to stop making Windows notification sounds because it's driving me nuts. But thank you guys for all the follows. Thank you guys for everybody that's been stopping in, checking things out. I hope you guys head over to the Ko-Fi shop. Rumors and evidence, man. You have complete narrative control over our game. Maybe Vereen, his brother's blood contributor. What do you call that? Maker of a ghoul? There's a name for that.
Specific term for it, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a sire, but, you know, something like that for a ghoul. But yeah, maybe there's some cool Zamitsi stuff you guys want to add into the story. Make a rumor. If enough evidence gets put behind it, it becomes real. It becomes part of the game, you know what I mean? So there's plenty of ways that you guys can gain full control over the narrative, and it's a really cool way for all these creative and collaborative ideas that you have to make a wonderful game for us, and we appreciate it. But anyway, check out the Ko-Fi shop while you have the chance, or you can just give these guys advantage if you want. Extra dice to their rolls that they can pull up and use. But we're going to go ahead and take like a 10-minute break. We'll be kind of quick about it since we did start late. We'll come back after getting a drink and a refreshment and all that stuff, and we'll continue our game. Thank you again for all the follows. Let me go ahead and see here right before we go to break. What Fan Man, thank you for the subscription. Godly X, thank you for the follow. Jax H43, thank you for the follow. And lastly, Abby, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that, guys. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back. We'll pick up where our kindred left off in a minute. Hang tight, fellas.
That's how you get the hole in donuts. Okay.
That's how you get the hole in donuts. Oh, I forgot to throw a BRB over snow cone. We got this. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us again. Welcome to Rumors of the Dead, our Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition chronicle set in Los Angeles and controlled narratively by you, the chat. That sounded very official, didn't it? During the break, I discovered that there is a plant called lychee that is kind of like a nut / strawberry. If anybody knows what this tastes like, let me know, because I'm curious. But I got a cool carbonated drink. I can figure out how to pop the bubble. How do you do it?
I think you press it down.
I don't know how to do it.
You have to press it down really hard.
It gave me this plastic cap.
Safety lock?
The cap has like a pokey thing inside. I thought that was going to be it, but like it's set flush to the top, so I don't think it does. That definitely does nothing. How am I supposed to?
Maybe the other way around.
It's moving. It's moving.
Yeah, maybe you do it the other way around, where it's like where you take the long part of it and do it upside down into it, so you don't accidentally push your thumb into it.
Right. Here, hold on a second. I got this. We use an ink pen.
Like the ketchup bottles and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think you do it upside down there, bud. But...
I got it. Ow.
Hey. Oh, the cap upside down.
Definitely just poked a hole in my hand, smacking the ink pen. Look at that. The ink pen came through the lid and stabbed my hand. Ow. Right? I thought that was going to be a good idea. It was not. Owie. But yeah, we now have a glass ball in a jar. I don't know what makes that so special, but
hand.
And a stabbed hand.
Okay, now what does it taste like?
Tastes like strawberry.
Oh.
It tastes like fake strawberry. Ow, fuck, dude, that hurts. Like, it got me. Anyway,
So
back
they
to our
also have a
Rumors of the
strawberry
Dead game. Oh, I thought this would be cool. That hurt like hell. But yeah, welcome back to our Rumors of the Dead game, B5, set in Los Angeles and narratively controlled by you, the chat, through your rumors and evidence. Just to throw out a couple of ideas there about what that is, there's currently a rumor going around that the Inquisition is working on a new weapon to hunt kindred that utilizes sunlight. There is a current rumor that there is a furry convention in Los Angeles that has a higher than normal populace of, or higher than normal expectation of werewolves on the guest list. What else is there? Oh, the super kid. There's a missing child poster that's been put out, last seen dressed as a superhero, and thanks to evidence being added to it, recently there have been occurrences of like vigilante justice happening at night, where criminals are being found bound and tied to, you know, lamp posts. But yeah, it's a whole thing. And yes, you heard the Oculus beep. I couldn't get it to go away. I don't know where it's how to. I don't know how to unplug it. I don't know. There's so many plugs in the back of my computer. I couldn't even get close to it. I'm just gonna leave it alone and hopefully it doesn't do anything. Ow! I'm bleeding. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue our game. So we last left off with numerousness or numerousness. What was it that you would like to do during your week of downtime?
Yeah, you're sure you want to go? You don't need medical attention?
I don't know. I'm all right. I'll survive it. I'll survive it. I have hurt myself a lot.
Yeah, Mr. Turning off safety on his heaters.
I've gotten proficient at hurting myself. I'm really good at it. Hence the reason why I also went and bought this amazing skateboard.
Oh no, not the skateboard. Stay away from it.
Nice.
Yeah, the stream is going to be just nothing but a bloodbath for the next 2 weeks, I'm telling you.
Oh.
But yeah, please continue. Save me from my stupidity.
Namar's going to buy a sandwich.
Namar's going to go buy a sandwich. Let's see. Oh man, I've been dreading this because I know that my Asian voice is super stereotypical and I don't want it to be. But we'll do my best. As you enter Quiznos, you see a man pop his head up from behind the counter, as if you walk in, you don't see anybody, and dude, stop it with whatever this is doing with the Oculus. Give me a second, guys. I'm sorry, it's going fucking insane now.
Look
Oh
at
no.
I don't know where it's plugged in. I don't know where that cord
find the
goes.
plug.
Dude, there's so many cords in the back of my computer, but it will not stop dinging.
Just trace the one cord.
It's a long cord. Like, Oculus gives you a lot of cord. I'm still pulling.
Just trace it.
Okay, I'm
An
doing it.
HDMI probably, and you only have one monitor.
All right, we got this. One of them's HDMI, the other one's USB. There. I got the USB unplugged. Come on. I can't get the HDMI to come unplugged. Ah! If it keeps beeping now, it has no reason to. I mean, I guess the candles are still plugged in, but hopefully that's not a big deal.
The candles?
Whatever you call them, the sticks with the sensors on them. I think they call them candles.
Oh.
Huh.
That's probably correct.
Because little do people know, if you don't have those, much like an old Wii, the Nintendo Wii system that used infrared in that same way, if you took 2 teacup candles or just like actual birthday candle, any kind of candle, and set them next to your TV, it counted as infrared. It would the controller would detect them. Little known fact: if you lose the infrared strip, you can replace it with 2 candles as long as you still have your Wii remote. But anywho, it's just a glass ball. I don't understand. As you enter Quiznos, you see a man pop up surprised from behind the counter, looking around as if he was rummaging through stuff under the counter and then heard the bell when you came in. And he says, "Hey, hello? Hey!" and kind of throws his hands up a little bit, surprised. It's been so long, man. Where you been?
Oh, hey, Jimmy. Just been around and stuff.
Oh, man.
Um,
He says, I
can I
thought
get a sandwich?
I thought you found a new sandwich guy, man. I really did. Let me get you. I know what you want. Don't you worry. I got this. And without even asking, wordlessly, he begins setting towards making your sandwich. What sandwich do you get at Quiznos? What is it that Numar was ordering?
I usually get the extra mayonnaise, but I don't know. I don't know if I deserve mayonnaise today.
Dude, he stops and gives a look at that statement and then puts on the extra mayonnaise. That was the only thing that, just for the chat's sake, that was the only thing that we ever written down about Jimmy. Always knows your order. You know what I mean? Was that he's the guy who always knows exactly what remembers your order, even if it's been 6 months. But yeah, he sets to work on your sandwich, and you see him putting time into it. Time and care and energy that you don't typically get from a Subway or a Quiznos. This guy takes his job serious, or at very least, he takes people seriously enough, and begins building you an artisan sandwich, truly with art at the front.
Now, can Numar eat food?
I can eat food.
I wasn't sure.
Vampire style.
Because Humanity 6 comes with, I believe, a special restriction related to this. So,
Oh, yeah, you
may
your
want to
humanity
dive
went down.
in to a quick check there.
I'd have to check on that one. It's been a minute, but either way, he begins crafting
We're
the
not
sandwich,
eating
and
yet.
as
You're
he
also
does,
good to
he
go.
begins asking you about your where you been, man? Long time no see. Oh man, you used to come in here like 2-3 times a week. It's been at least like a month, 2 months. No sandwiches?
Yeah, just sometimes I'm not hungry.
Well, you said no. You said you don't deserve mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is like something we just keep in the back. So like, apparently something's troubling you, man. Tell me all about it. Tell your guy. Jimmy's got you.
Did you ever do something that you regret, but like also thought was kind of funny at the same time.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've done things that I thought was going to be funny that led to much regret.
Yeah, I mean, like, my thing is, like, I just don't know if I actually feel bad or feel bad because I think it's funny.
Speaking of which, man, where's your friend? Usually you got the
Uh,
guy with you.
the guy, yeah,
Turkey and ham on
he's
rye.
going. I think he went back to like Texas or something like that.
Ah, I see. I see. You're worried you complicated your friendship a bit? You slept with this girl, didn't you?
No, I wish. Um, all his girls are probably back in Texas. I think he's got like all the family and stuff.
All his exes live in Texas. I'm pretty sure there's a country song about that.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one.
Either way, after as you're talking, he does continue crafting your sandwich, and he does. He makes a really good fucking Quiznos sandwich. Like he takes the time, he puts a little skewer in it, he puts it on an actual plate for you instead of wrapping it in the paper plastic. Like he's always he's just a guy who really takes his job seriously, or at very least cares about doing something right. Which is, hence the touchstone portion of your connection with him. You truly feel that he cares about you when he makes the sandwich. But yeah, as he kind of like moves down, you're moving down that little row. And having this conversation, when you finally get to the register, he kind of smiles as you pull out your wallet, and he says, "Hey, this one's on me, man. But your 6 subs free."
Oh man, am I at number 6 already?
Well, no, but I get to control the punch card, so ha! And you see him kind of like punch a bunch of holes in a card and shoves it in the register.
Oh, Jimmy, you're too kind.
It,
Here,
it,
I take out like just a handful of like crumpled dollar bills from like our drug deal, pretty much, and just
right.
like shove it in the tip jar. Probably about $1 worth.
About $1 worth. Holy shit.
A few hundred.
You see Jimmy's draw just kind of like drop. The eyes go wide. Thank you. Come again. What's been going on? Hold on a second. He's just like, stay there. Sorry, I'm pointing my hand at the screen. But anyway, he makes his way out and around and actually like comes and sits down at one of those little, subway booths. He's like, come on, man. Yeah, have a seat with me. Talk to me while you eat your sandwich.
Yeah, sure. I'll take a seat down with them. I'll take the sandwich, but I'm not going to bite into it just yet.
Fair enough.
See what he does if he's sitting down next to me or what.
Yeah, you see that he kind of just like grabs a cup off the rack. He fills himself a soda. He sits down at a table, and he's going to play therapist, I guess, as kind of his role here. As he's going to just let you talk. He actually intentionally sits kind of quiet, and he's like, "Please tell me all about it."
Well, I don't know. I just feel like friends kind of suck now. Like they always like they change you, You didn't want to.
How about that?
You kind of just go down this path of they change and you want to be with them, and then all of a sudden they leave.
Yeah.
And now you're all different.
I don't
know.
I think I get a bit what you're saying. I used to date this girl, right? And she was a sweet girl, loved her to death. But, everything was great, sunshine and daisies. And then just, we got together And like a couple of months went by, and then one day she just changed, and she wasn't the same person. Like, the real person that was under there started to shine through. You know, I guess, you know, the person I thought I knew was a bit more of a facade than you know, who she really was. Next thing you know, I'm acting different. I'm doing things I normally wouldn't do. I'm holding a purse in the middle of a store, you know, and like I stopped talking to a couple of people I knew. I hadn't talked to them in a while, you know, and next thing you know, I'm a totally different person than what I was, you know. But you know, I finally had to realize, you know, that it wasn't okay for me to not be me anymore. And if she didn't like me for who I was, it's not fair that I'm keep giving in to who she was. Do you see what I'm saying here? It's a little vague,
What
but
does that have to do with me?
well, like you said, like your friends are like changing you, and they because they suck. You said, you know. So I thought maybe like, you know what? I'm just gonna be quiet.
Well, yeah, but that's not really what's bothering me, I guess.
So
Uh,
you just don't feel like yourself anymore?
have you ever like made a person like do something that you wanted them to do it, but you felt bad for it? Like, let's just hypothetically say there's like a big, scary gangster guy who's like pointing a gun at your face, and he's like, "I'm gonna shoot you in the head," or something, and you're like, "Well, you don't know who the fuck you're dealing with," except you don't say that part out loud, and instead you just kind of like force feed him a bunch of glass, and then like he starts coughing up blood, and you keep making him eat glass.
Okay. This is an interesting metaphor, but I don't know what eating glass is metaphor for, but it's a bit much, man. No, I can't say as I've ever had that. Usually, like, I'm a pretty mild mannered guy, but you know, like, hey, if I think by the way you're describing it, if someone is challenging you, you know, trying to make you feel like less of a person, ooh, excuse me, and you have the ability to turn the tables, so to speak, you know, it's probably good. You know, you don't let people walk all over you. You know, you shouldn't let people walk all over you.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
take a
that's what I
stand for
thought.
yourself. Yeah, yeah, I could see that. I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
about
glad
eating
I.
glass, you know. I mean, obviously that's, you know, metaphor, but you know, like you know, maybe it's okay to make them eat glass.
Yeah, yeah, I'll remember that. It's always good talking to you, Jimmy.
Hey man,
Can I get some
that's
more mayonnaise?
I I'm on it, my guy. Uh and he gets up, excuses himself and goes to get more mayonnaise. By the time he returns, are you still there? I guess would be the real question.
Yeah, but I think I was gonna like kind of leave it around there and take the rest of my sandwich to go eat.
Gotcha.
Maybe at this point I'd like to take the rest of my food back to the cemetery and eat there.
Well, as he returns with the mayonnaise, he returns with the mayonnaise, a piece of paper, and a bag. This is probably something that has happened more than once, where you order the sandwich, he presents it to you on a nice plate, knowing that you're not going to probably even eat it there, and then he brings the mayonnaise, the extra mayo that he knows that you like, the bag and the paper, wraps it up real nice and neat for you, packages it for you, and sends you on his way. Like he's already taken the steps ahead to be prepared. He had it all set up, ready to go. And as he comes back, he says, you know, it might not always feel good to have to take charge or, you know, kind of put people in that place. You know, it might make you feel a little crummy that you had to do something like that, but, you know, you got to take, as much as I brag about taking care of other people and that you should care about others, you know, you also gotta take care of yourself first too. You know, you gotta make sure that number one's okay, so that you can take care of number two. You know, just keep it in mind. Either way, you know, it's a thing. And thank you again for the thing. And he points at the tip jar, almost trembling. You know, like the biggest tip he's ever seen in his life. He's like, and hey, man, you know, if nothing else, you know, even if your other buddy, you know, isn't around anymore, if you need somebody to talk to, I'm always here.
Right, right. But like, just to clarify, like it's okay if it's funny.
Yeah, yeah. What? Wait, what? He looks confused. What part's funny? The eating glass metaphor, or the people leaving?
I I mean if you don't get it, then that kind of answers my question.
I'm happy I can
All
help.
right, I think I'm gonna go.
Hey, man, it's good seeing you. You take it easy. He's right back to the back. You hear somebody else ding the bell as they're making their way in. He's back to work. But as you make your way kind of back past the window, you see him reaching into his tip jar, pulling out the money and just being like, oh my God. You know what I mean? There's a couple $100 in here. As far as that goes. But yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
There's blood on some of this. I don't know.
there might be some blood and cocaine on that money. But yeah, you make your way back to the graveyard. Are you heading straight to the crypt? Are you kind of bypassing the door?
Yeah, so I'm gonna like turn my little eye vision thing on again, just so I can see the little ghosts,
Yeah.
and take my sandwich and walk into the crypt that I kind of trapped with the well, not I tampered with.
Right.
Essentially, I took their rope, and kind of push in the door and see if it's still the same.
It is.
Still a hole in there.
You do find that it is actually empty. So this is only like, you know, we're covering a whole week, but this is like night one. You know, you went to visit Jimmy, maybe night two, something to that effect. You go and you visit Jimmy, as far as that goes, and make your way back to the graveyard. Walking your way through, you see those same kind of repetitive images, people stuck in their little loops, reenacting the final moments of their life right before their destruction. You know what I mean? Some people lying calmly in beds or on tombstones, others, you know, frantically panicking, you know, like they've been in a car wreck, whatever. But you make your way into the crypt that you knew you had found a secret entrance to. You know, the door kind of hard scuffs a little bit as now you've tampered with it to make more noise and catch more attention. But sliding it back, taking a look, the rope is still lying there on the ground, you know what I mean? Next to the thing, no longer going down in. And you wait.
Okay.
Sit there and eat your sandwich. Go ahead and give me a let's come up with a roll for this. Let's find new Mars sheet.
At this point, I'd eat like some of the sandwich.
Oh yeah. Okay, go for your sandwich. Yeah, so Bart was kind enough to
roll for sandwich eating.
That's what I was going to say. Bart was nice enough to find the work on that. 'Cause, yeah, I had forgotten you had changed your humanity a little bit. So let me find this. What was it again there?
So I think part of it's just, do you blush of life for attempting them?
Oh, shit. Whoops, I almost lost you guys for a second. I clicked the wrong general button.
Thoughts there, Kevin?
Yeah, so it says, even when using blushable life, you need to make a composure plus stamina test. Difficulty 3 to be able to keep food and drink down for an hour. Now, you have the eat food
Oh, he does. Shit.
dots, though. So I think this might make it one of those situations. I think you could, even with eat food, I think you still have to remove it at some point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, I think as far as this goes, like you can hold it down, but it probably holds down a little bit less well than it used to. So that's probably the most sad portion of it. So even after losing your friend, losing all this, Jimmy not really being able to help you as best as maybe you had hoped, you then go down to at least eat the sandwich that you know is always well made, you know, and things like that. And as you're kind of sitting there eating it, it just doesn't settle as well. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever like just wanted something really bad, and then when you finally get it, it's just not quite what you had hoped for? It's kind of one of those feelings. It's almost a little depressing. But while you're there, why don't you go ahead and give me a, let's do resolve. I think resolve and you get good stealth. Let's do resolve and stealth. It's a weird one, but that gives you 6 dice. Resolve and stealth to see just like how long you sit and wait, how long you can endure the process of, you know, holding this food down without needing to make a quick pit stop, etc. 3 successes. I think 3 is enough. With 3 successes, you sit a little bit longer than you normally would, maybe. You know, you're kind of watching this tombstone. You're left in here alone. You've kind of set the sandwich down by this point. It's just not as good as it usually is, etc. But while you're sitting there waiting, you do begin to hear something. You begin to hear the sound of splashing coming from inside the tomb down below, or the kind of, it's like a big concrete slab with a, you know, a box with a slab on top of it. That's what was hinged to allow access in and out. And you hear some splashing from down below. And then you almost hear a fuck. Just the sound of the word, you know, kind of coming echoing up. And a moment or two goes by of silence.
I'm gonna take the bag with the other half of my sandwich and put it on the rope and just kind of like stick it down the hole and just be like, here, you, whoever you are, you want my sandwich? It just doesn't taste the same like it used to. There's extra mayonnaise on it.
There's extra mayonnaise, though. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm not even going to make you roll for this. This is just too funny. Like 60 seconds goes by, not a peep. You don't hear any splashing, nobody running. You know what I mean? There's like this odd confused moment where he's just kind of down there waiting in the darkness. And like you've slid the lid a little bit, at least enough to get the sandwich down in there. So it's kind of somewhat open. And then you finally do at some point feel a tug on the rope. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. And you then feel it go a little bit lighter as he's removed the sandwich from the end of the rope, where he kind of had like the rope tied on around the end of it. And he's like, thank you. Do I know you?
Jimmy was the guy who made it. I don't know. I don't know you.
Do you put your head over the hole enough to be seen?
The other side of the hole, I guess.
Yeah, do you put your head over the hole enough?
And wave so they could see the wave.
Okay.
I guess at a point I'm going to lean over and see if I can get a look at the person. So yeah.
All right.
Newmar does have dark vision.
Do I have the dark vision? Yeah.
You do, but interesting thing about the dark vision, you have Oblivion Sight, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's 2 different dark visions in this game. There's Eyes of the Beast, which turns your eyes red, and then there's Oblivion Sight, which was going to turn your eyes like black. So they're going to kind of black out at the moment that you look down through there, and it might just be a split second where they kind of turn to this pure blackness. And I think at that point you would hear, "Oh shit, you're one of us. Can tie the rope back? You hear like a questioning voice.
One of us? No, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I don't belong anywhere. Um,
Oh man,
the,
you and me both,
the
brother.
rope is kind of um, yeah. What am I supposed to tie it to?
There's a hook on the lid.
The hook? I don't.
Yeah, didn't you directly sabotage that?
No, he did. He mentioned it, and then at the last second, you said, "I'll leave the hook." I remember you saying, "I'll leave the hook." So the hook is still on the lid of it. You say, like, it's think of like your typical tomb. You know what I mean? Rectangle box with a flat stone across it. And at this point, you've kind of turned the lid to where you can see down in. So yeah, if you want to, you can kind of reach under and hook the rope back up there if you wanted to, and still have enough room for him to get out. That was kind of how it worked anyway. It slid a little. It almost rotated to where he could get up one side or the other with the rope.
I'll put the hook back on and be like, I can trust you, right? Like you're not a ghost or something.
I'm not a ghost, but can I trust you? You know,
I mean,
I don't often. I don't have many
sometimes
people either. You're not gonna make fun of me, are you?
oh, I don't know. Would I? I just come
Er,
up or something. Eat the sandwich.
Okay.
Gosh.
You you hear kind of a pause or hesitation. You know, like he goes to move and then waits, and then thinking of it, he finally does decide to start shimmying his way up the rope. Um, Remember you said you try not to laugh. Let me see here. You are then met with this
Well,
individual.
apparently I laugh at some pretty weird things.
This individual is the one who comes making their way up out of the hole. You see what appears to be something to the effect of like a 16-year-old boy. Very young, very thin, wearing kind of like an older duster jacket that drapes way down. It's covered with, almost not moss, but like definitely kind of like adds like a greenish kind of mold or mildew. That's a good way, like a mold or a mildew. Like he's been down there for quite some time. His hair, much like mine, is very straight, slicked back, which what few wiry hairs that he does have, but it's definitely unkempt and kind of frayed a little bit. It ties back into a ponytail in the back that drapes down his back. And as he comes out, like you see the disfigured face. You've seen Bart a couple of times without the helmet. It's very much like that, sunken in. I mean, like you got the visual right there. He definitely looks, he's definitely a clan Nosferatu, for sure. And as he kind of gets to the top, he almost peeks out a little bit, and then you see him make his way out over the top with the sandwich still like tucked against his chest while he's doing it with one arm. Did you cut the rope? Was that you?
No, that was probably one of the groundskeepers or something.
Fuck, man.
Oh, you look like that. Yeah, that's really something.
Yeah, here we go again. You and everybody else. It's the reason I stay down there.
I don't. You're not funny looking. You're just ugly. Like it's fine. I've seen people like you. Well, somebody like you. He
Not
wears
exactly
a helmet.
beautiful yourself. Fuck, you're beautiful. God damn it. Either way, my name's Xavier. Who are you?
Xavier,
Why did you give me a
I'm
sandwich?
Umar. I don't know. I just had an extra sandwich, really. I didn't really want it.
I really haven't had a sandwich in a long time, man. I'm into it. And you see him, he comes back up, he double checks the knot on the you know, the lid, and he actually like slides it back over unless you go to stop him, and then he just like perches himself up, sits down on top of it, and starts like unwrapping the sandwich on his lap and begins just devouring it. He's like, man, you know I'm not gonna hold this down, but I do miss Subway.
Yeah, it's Quiznos actually. They do a pretty good sandwich.
What's Quiznos?
That's it's this.
Wait, this is really good. It's been a while since I had like, you know, surface stuff, and I don't try to come up very often unless I have to. Usually I just use the graveyard to get up to go to the well, never mind. Either way, thanks. You know, and you know, you can call me ugly if you want, but whatever. And he just seems very quiet
No, I
and
mean,
shy. Like everything that he's doing is very meek and timid. You can tell he does not have a lot of social interaction as far as that goes.
Yeah, I mean it's it's fine. Like you're like us. I'm actually surprised you're eating as much as you are. Like I, even when I have an appetite, I can only like eat a little.
Don't get me wrong, I'll have to expel it later, but you know, it's just kind of a nice reminder. It's been a few years, you know. Either way, I spend most of my time down there, so I don't get a lot of the surface stuff. It's nice to enjoy. I used to have a color TV once. It was, you know, it took a lot of wiring and things, but like I was able to get the satellite down, you know,
I have one
below.
of those, but the color went out.
Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that's the way TVs were when I was a kid.
Tell me about it. So, why do you like stay down there instead of just like put a helmet on?
I don't know if that's the metaphor. Look at me, man. Nobody wants me around. Everybody that I've ever known's left me. Even my sire didn't stick around. He took off days after I was born. And I got nobody. Nobody wants to be around me, so I just decided I don't want to be around nobody. Fuck those guys,
Yeah,
you
I
know?
know that feeling. You have your friends and you think like you're gonna be friends for life, but then like you become immortal
Right.
and
You
it
think it
doesn't
doesn't,
last forever.
you think it would last forever? Exactly. Oh man. People are fucking nuts. Yeah, yeah, it just works for me, I guess. I just got used to it. It's been a while, but that's interesting. I didn't know that people were still so shitty. Who'd you lose?
Uh, a roommate, I guess. Friend from Texas I went down with, and then he just kind of bailed to go back to Texas for whatever reason. Didn't ask if I wanted to come.
Yeah.
Heck, I might have.
Well, fuck that guy, you know?
Not now.
Yeah, like fuck that guy. You know,
Yeah,
you don't need people. If there's one thing I can tell you, I've been down here for a while. You don't always need peoples. You know, they're all right, but 9 times out of 10, they're just gonna stab you at the back, make fun of your face, kick dirt in your eyes.
right.
You know?
He's got all that family and stuff that always like he cares more about them than anyone else. But like they're gonna die before he does.
Right? We were supposed to
He'll
be
be
a
in the same
family, you
situation
know?
I am in
Like,
50 years.
yeah, we live forever. Should we be the family now, right? Exactly. Sometimes I just want to make them eat glass.
Yeah. Yeah. Finally, somebody gets it.
You know, you're probably the
I've
first
done
guy
that
I've
once,
met. Probably the first guy I've talked to in a while. It's nice to know this somebody that's okay. Wait, you really made somebody eat glass? That's fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah, it was really funny. Jimmy didn't think so though. He thought it was weird.
Well, fuck Jimmy too.
Jimmy's cool. You might like him.
Oh, okay. Jimmy's okay. You realize
I mean,
he'll kind of go
you know.
along with a lot of things that you say for the most part. Go ahead and give me an
He'll
insight
still
roll on
die,
this
but we'll make a
character.
lot of good sandwiches.
To make some great sandwiches along the way. Go ahead and give me an insight roll on this guy, just to kind of, as you're having a conversation, engaging this individual. Like I said, definitely very young
Yeah.
appearance, but you could tell that he's definitely not quite that young. So let's see. I guess charisma insight, or even wits insight. I'm okay with wits. It's a good roll for you.
It's. I can never find that thing.
I don't know what the glass bead
Oh,
does, but I'll tell you
top.
what, this is pure carbonation. All right, that's the type of
I'm
roll I
also
love.
curious, like, would I be able to tell if he's like been a vampire a while, or if he's new
Yeah,
to it?
yeah, I think so. Well, let's see. Let's check out this roll. So you got 2 successes, all in the beast. As far as that goes, so it's all on the blood dice. It's not a bestial, or what do you call that? A messy critical or anything. But I think what you would gauge from him is like I said, it's not necessarily your same thing, kind of antisocial, don't have a lot of friends, didn't talk to, or at least acknowledge a lot of people, kind of deal. Very much the same kind of vibe here, is that you're having trouble gauging him on a human level, but your beast is talking in your ear the whole time. A couple of things that you would get from him is you definitely detect that there's age here. A couple of things he actually said, like, yeah, I remember black and white TVs, would assume that he's at least 70, 80 years old. You know what I mean? As far as that goes. He's definitely very shy, so he's willing to kind of say what needs to be said to not upset you in a way. He seems rather paranoid, almost like he's intimidated in his own little way. But yeah, you would definitely feel that he's an older kindred, much older than yourself. The rot and things on his face that comes from quite some time of either being down in that sewer, or the let me think, the generation gap. The closer to the original progenitors that you get, the worse the kind of features become. And this guy's got some really bad, scars and, old wounds and graying in his face and veins and all that. So you'd guess he's probably maybe a couple of generations young, older than you, as far as that goes, and has probably been around for some time. Like, he didn't know what a Quiznos was. You know what I mean? Like, that was just, like, he doesn't even come up out of the hole very often unless he has to. Also, you
Does
did
it
catch on to the
seem-
part where he said he comes out to go to somewhere, but you're not sure where that somewhere is. You definitely caught that part, but as far as to where he's going, you with 2 insight, you could think of a dozen different places in the area. Maybe it's the old folks' home, maybe it's the mortuary that you go to, maybe it's any of the local, the bars, where he's grabbing his food from. But you definitely, with 2 successes, would get the idea he's coming up for food, but that's about it. Yeah.
Okay. So does it look like he's been living here this whole time, and I just missed this part in the graveyard? Like I never lived here, or
That would probably
does
be
it
the
seem like he
assumption.
added this whole new?
It would probably be the assumption. No, this has been here for a while. His jacket is literally mildewed from living in the sewers. He's probably been here the whole time and just been sneaking around under your nose. Maybe he just didn't know you were there either, but it's one or the other. Either he's been avoiding you, or you've both just been missing each other.
Well, if we keep being chummy like this, I would eventually ask him, like, hey, so like, I got an extra couch if you ever want to be above ground, just like right over there, 1 crypt over.
You see that he almost like drops the sandwich at that moment. Like, he's like, uh, thank you. I'll keep it in mind. I gotta be honest, it takes me a while to get to know people. I've had some bad experiences, you know? But, you stay here? I didn't know that you were above me. Kinda just,
Yeah,
this is just...
like right over there. I'll totally point out where I'm living. By the way,
Gotcha, yeah.
That's a good move.
Yeah,
Good old fudge
he
move.
takes the time and looks out the door to see where you're pointing at, you know, etc. He's like, yeah, maybe I'll stop by. You know, you still got a TV? You said?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of static. Like, it doesn't get good reception. There's like no windows.
Right. I mean, that's how TVs work. They're pretty bad.
You know. Yeah. It's got it's the crypt with the maintenance sign on the door. You know, the groundskeepers don't mess with it because they see it's for maintenance.
You know what's funny?
But also kinda
I thought
sucks
about putting
'cause,
my
like,
hatch there, but I saw the
probably need
sign.
some maintenance.
I saw the sign. It kind of kept me away. I thought they was actually using it. You know, those two kids, the ones that run the graveyard, I've caught them smoking weed out behind the tool shed. I thought they was just using it for like a hangout, so I always avoided it.
Oh shit, man. You know,
But
I haven't
I would love...
really like I'm familiar with them, but I haven't really spoken to those guys too much.
Oh yeah, well I've just seen them. You know, when you look like this, you can kind of blend into the shadows. Pretty easy. People don't want to notice what they don't want to see, and I don't want to be seen, so it's pretty easy to go unnoticed for a little while. But I'm impressed that you've been here
Cool.
for so long, and I didn't know you was here.
Yeah, I guess I do get noticed, but like I just also hide in plain sight, I guess. That's kind of been working for me.
Well, it must be easy when you're one of the beautiful people. You know, everybody wants to be your friend and hang out with you, and they don't kick you or try to beat you or make you do the dirt work.
I mean, yeah, but people still mess with you regardless, and you can always make them eat glass.
Who's the prince?
Prince.
Yeah, who's the current prince?
Um, of of like California.
Of Los Angeles. Yeah. It used to be shit, I can't remember. Kevin can't remember who it was there for a while. So I think that you would have had enough conversations to know that it's been 40, 50 years at least since the Camarilla held control over LA. It's been a long time. You know what I mean? So furthering that role you made earlier about how long he's been here, you know what I mean? And he's definitely not had very much interaction with anyone else. Because yeah, he's still kind of under the idea that Camarilla still holds sway here. Those elders, they always wanted to use me, you know, like a tunnel rat. They'd send me scouring through the cities like a sewer rat, running into werewolves and all the other crazy stuff. And you know, like I like the sewers. You know, I like to explore the darker places. Got more mystery than you could ever know down there. But yeah, it's I didn't like doing it for them. I like doing it for me. But the prince used to put me up down there, and like I got attacked by a werewolf once. You know, the creatures, those things. You see him get a little wild-eyed when he starts thinking about it.
Werewolves are real.
Oh yeah. Oh God, how new are you? I didn't even think to ask.
I mean, I've been, I've been like this only for like a year or so, but
He almost
you know,
like
there was the rest of my life too.
Even though he doesn't breathe, he voluntarily like causes himself to choke a little bit. Oh wow, man! If I could get to start all over again, goodness. Yeah, yeah. Werewolves are real, ghosts are real, all of it, man. All those things.
Yeah,
Oh, have you ever
the
seen
ghost.
Chili Billies? I got Chili Billies for a little while. It was the ghosts and the monsters on the TVs. Yeah, that's all that
No,
stuff's real, just
never
not the
heard
way
of
they
that.
do it on the TVs. But I haven't seen. Oh God, I missed I Love Lucy so much. I love that show. She's just so funny. But yeah, I guess if you got TV, I could stop by.
Yeah, yeah, we could do that sometime. But if you're actually like good at all the sewer scavenging stuff, like if you ever wanted to like just get parts or something, there's a few parts that we're looking for.
I mean, I know the sewers real well. What do you mean by parts?
Um,
Like parts
is there
of the
anything on
sewer, or
the
something you need in the sewer?
light weapon schematics that I have that might be fetchable by him, or just something I can describe? I'm sure it's not going to be in the sewer, but like,
Sewers are connected to everything. So as far as
yeah,
if you were to describe something to him, he may or may not know where to access a basement hatch. The one place that you knew you could find parts for that weapon was UCLA. You know what I mean? On campus. So you could definitely, uh, ask him, if he has access to something like that. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, as far as like describing it to him, it might be a bit of a stretch, based on his understanding of what a television is. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
yeah. I would hold off on telling them the specifics and just tell them like the where. So I'd be like, the UCLA has like a lot of tech parts that I was looking for. Um, just trying to build a thing. Um, if you have any access to like where they keep their tech, do you know where that building is and how to get there from like
Oh
under
yeah, yeah,
there and
yeah, yeah.
stuff?
I know where the college is. If you could, just show me what it looks like, I could probably get it for you. Um, with you
Yeah, you know,
you see, he
just
starts
like crazy
really.
stuff that looks like magic.
Gotcha. You see, he really starts stuttering at this point. But he says, you could, owe me for it. Essentially, it's propositioning you to a boon in trade, but you can tell he's very shy when it comes to actually asking. Jive man, I see that
Yeah,
you're
yeah, I
back,
could
man. If
get
you
you
want to
like
camera
another
up, we'll get you
sandwich or
back in.
something.
Uh, yeah, yeah. I tell you what, you give me some sandwiches. All right, Jack will drop your thing. Thank you, sir. And now everybody's back where they belong. Welcome back, man. If you could
Good to
get
be
me
back.
some more of these, maybe some pork. I haven't had food. God, it's been so long. Yeah, yeah. Just tell me what you need. And he seems to actually get a little excited at the prospect.
If the schematics have like any pictures of parts, like I might show them the pictures.
Cool, cool. Yeah. So as far as those go, where do you keep those? Do you keep those on your person, or do you like have to walk him back to your
Um,
place? Because I mean, you're like 20 feet from your place. You know what I mean? So it's not
right.
a stretch to
That's
walk
where they're
there if
kept for
needed.
sure.
He would cautiously follow you if you wanted to go back there, but it's a matter of whether you let him in or things like that.
Yeah, I'd probably just go in, grab it, and like meet him back outside the door.
Okay, yeah, yeah. He won't
I
step
mean,
in
unless
unless
he
you
has
invite him in.
to go in, I wouldn't be like pulling him in or anything.
Quite the contrary. He won't come in unless invited, more or less. You know what I mean? So like even as you go in through the door, he kind of stands back and you see him peek in a little bit, but not too much. And then waits for you to come back out. And as you show him the schematics, he begins looking at it. He's like, I think I've seen one of these. I've been in there before. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I know that technology's gotten a little ahead of me, so to speak. I don't even know what this thing does, but yeah, I could probably find this. You know?
Yeah, I guess it's like a flashlight or something, but like it's also important for some reason. So yeah, any help there would really help me out.
It's just the only thing I guess I should ask is I'll help you out, but can you not tell anybody that you saw me down here? Again, I don't know if the prince is still mad at me or any of that stuff, or if anybody remembers me. But I'd rather stay off the radar if that's all right.
Yeah, I don't even know who that guy is now, so I think you're pretty much in the clear.
Things must have really changed since I. Either way, yeah, I'll get you the parts. You want me to just stop by? He's getting very timid.
I mean, it's your call. You can
I could leave him
you
in
can come
in
by
the.
and drop it off. You know, the door's not locked. It just has the maintenance sign.
You see him look very just like unsure of that whole statement. And then he replies with, I'll just I'll put it in the tunnel entrance, the crypt where you found me. If you look at the statue that looks like the fat baby with the wings and the little penis, it the bottom half actually comes off. I'll just put it in there.
Uh, yeah, the penis statue. I think I'll know it when I see it.
Yeah, there's
Like the
definitely
bottom half of what?
there's definitely two nude cherubims inside
out when we get to it.
statues, and thinking back on it, maybe those two halves separate. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like a cookie jar almost. You know what I mean? But yeah, they're mounted to the wall, and somehow he's figured out a way to hollow them out. He says, I used to have a guy that would bring me things. It's been a while though. But that's where we always stash stuff. I'll put it in there. Just keep an eye out, and please just don't tell anybody I'm down here.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Like you, I'm not going to introduce you to my parents or any shit like that. But if the security there looks bad or something, if you think it's a more than one person job, if you could just help us gain entry, that would be fine too.
Oh, don't worry about that. Like I said, nobody sees me, even when I want them to. I think I looks a little sad. Yep.
Oh, I see you. Wait, I turn off my little eye vision and be like, just to make sure I can still see him.
You can. He is, actually now that you turn that off, you're getting even more color with the detail, you know what I mean? I think the kind of night vision's almost a little like sepia toned or gray, grayed. Now that you turn it off, you see him, under the moonlight. It's bright LA moon, or probably lamplights more likely. But yeah, you can see the rotting face, the horrible disposition. Snowcone, just since you came in late, I don't know if this is up for you, but that is the character that they have just met under the sewers beneath of the cemetery. But yeah, he would agree. And after a couple of minutes, he kind of gets a little fidgety and nervous. You could tell that he does not like being above ground any more than necessary. And he says, you know what, I'll go ahead down there and check it out now, but yeah, I'll drop it off. And like I said, maybe I'll stop by sometime. We'll catch you some I Love Lucy.
Yeah, or something else.
Have I missed any new
We'll
episodes?
see. Probably. You've been down
Awesome.
here a while, I guess.
He looks excited. Sweet. All right, I'm gonna go get this thing. I'll be back. And he takes off. Anything else
So
that you needed to do during your week? Or no, please continue if you had something to
I
finish.
guess throughout the week, yeah, like throughout the week, I would probably
Within
see if there's a way to get like a VHS copy of I Love Lucy.
yeah, I'm sure you could probably find a VHS copy. Whether or not he has a way to play it, that's a different story. But within 2 days' time, returning to your cherubim that he had described, you do find that the bottom half of it does detach, and hidden within inside of it are all the parts that you had requested. So you now have all the tech, so to speak, to complete the part of the schematic that you have, as far as that goes. Do you drop the tape in its place, or?
Did he say he had a TV?
He-
I wasn't
he
sure
said
if
he-
like we was gonna watch at my place or his.
He said at one point he no, I think he said he used to have a TV. It was hard to make the antenna work, but that's all he had kind of said, is they used to have one.
Then nah, I'd keep the tape at my place and just put a sandwich there.
Nice.
Something.
Yep. Checking back in a day later, you notice the sandwich has disappeared. Things like that. He doesn't, come around for the next week, even though, he seemed, kind of interested. He's definitely a little too shy to make it too common of a thing too quickly. But
Yeah.
I guess my real question at this point, since we still have a week left to go and like an hour left of our game tonight, do you work on that weapon?
I do kind of want to throughout the week, but I was also kind of like wanting to focus some time, like if Marina was gonna be open about it, to like look out for Terra Stalker. If that was something that she wanted to do, I was gonna kind of like lend a hand there.
Cool. Well, the only reason I was going to ask is because after this, I was going to rejoin all of you guys together. So if you do, it's really up to you if you think. If so, you have enough time to complete it. That's all you really needed was the parts to put this thing together, and it's crude. It looks like kind of like you said, like a flashlight, but not like a mag light. Like one of those big ones that used to have like the D-cell batteries in it that was like plastic, it had almost like a box with a handle on it. You remember those?
Yeah, I know those.
Like,
Yeah.
like a flashlight.
Like a flashlight? It is still a flashlight, but yeah, it's just a different type of flashlight. The big boxy kind of things, or whatever you want to call those. But yeah, you put it together, but a couple of things that you would notice is that without the rest of the schematics and kind of understanding of how they focus the energy and how they cool this whole mechanism, it's going to break often. Essentially, what you have is a light bomb that you can shine in a cone direction that will emit solar light, like sunlight more or less, or something that would replicate sunlight in a cone shape, but every time you use it, it's going to break at least one piece of it that you're going to have to continuously replace. And it's probably one of the pieces that are harder to get. Luckily for you, you've already put in a request at the Radio Shack, if you remember, to get these parts also. So you have the one that this character, Xavier, has given you, and you have one more at the Radio Shack on order. It's been a week now. You could go pick it up anytime that you want. We'll kind of homebrew something to figure out damage and all that, but yeah, more or less, since it's unfocused, it is just going to be a big cone of light that emits flashes, does solar damage, like sunlight damage to vampires, but then will kind of overheat, break itself, and you'll have to replace that one. It's probably like some sort of almost, I want to say like a prismatic gemstone or something, you know what I mean? You know, something like that, but maybe has a little microchip mechanism in it, you know, so it's a specialty part that you're going to have to acquire, but you can use it when the need arises. As far as the whole device that you have created, it's probably about the size of one of those flashlights. Let me see. I'm actually going to pull up a...
Okay.
Let me see if I can find an image. Yeah, correct. Yeah, yeah. Pulling this thing out, like you might be able to shove it in, like a coat pocket, just barely, but is going to. There we go. Found an image. Let me show you, because this is. Let me just transfer this over, post it in the chat here somehow. Trying to figure out how to copy this image.
Is like, is it winter?
I'm gonna post this right in the chat for the stream. There you go. That huge wall of text. I think I'd pull it up for the stream. There you go. I'm kind of in the way, aren't I? It's a big like handheld device, as far as that goes. Okay. So like it would fit probably into a pocket of sorts. There you go.
Yeah, like the jacket, shirt pocket. Maybe.
Jacket pocket, not pants pocket. Yeah, and again, like I said, you've got the one that you have has wires hanging all over it. There's, you know, different tubes coming in and out of it. It's kind of an elaborate space-looking piece of technology that you've muddled together with what equipment that you have. But yeah, whenever you press the button, you know what I mean? You test it once and get it off before it breaks. That's what kind of tips you off that it will break. But it emits, like I said, like a 15-foot cone of solar light that actually, you know, you might accidentally get yourself a little bit and almost sears your hand as soon as your hand enters the light of it. But yeah, you now have a solar death ray. It's just it's in the experimental phase. But the first thing that you would notice, I guess, as you kind of burn yourself with it, is if they can figure out a way to focus the energy for this thing, it's going to be bad. You know what I mean? Especially if they could have a way to cool it, keep that from breaking, and be able to repetitively fire this thing. We're talking like an actual laser gun that hurts Kindred specifically. You know, so it's a dangerous piece of tech as far as that goes. But, like I said, having all that done and out of the way, you guys can reconvene after a week of, and if there's anything else that we think of, we can handle that. We can retro that.
I was gonna say the meeting, if you forgot about that with the lawyer.
I was kind of giving the assumption that happened a couple of days in.
Okay.
So when he says meet me in a couple of days, that's probably tomorrow night after you all reconvene. All right. You know what I mean? So that you can all be there if you want to. But yeah, you did make a new friend out of Xavier Nightshade, a Nosferatu that lives in the sewers below the graveyard, and kind of maybe like you only rolled 2 on your insight, but some of the things he said might have been a little bit alarming to you, such as all the strange things that are in the sewer. You're like, what, like alligators or what? But he just kind of gives you a look that told you there's more down there than you would ever be able to possibly imagine. Like whenever you mention like what's down there, he gets that military 1,000-yard stare, like he's seen some shit down there.
Like face.
Right. Well, I will say, for those of you that, you know, watched like LAbyNight or know anything about the LA Kindred scene, there is a subterranean labyrinth underneath of LA that is not normal. Not natural, let's put it that way. It's definitely dabbles into like crossing the veil between, you know, even Kindred society and other worlds, more or less. Like it gets a little sci-fi. But yeah, he seems to know his way around. So could be an interesting use later down the road. But yeah, I guess you guys all reconvene at Marina's. Oh, by the way, Snowcone, you didn't have a chance, but Tara definitely would have spent some time with you. Things like that. Again, she kind of, well, you know, reaches out at some point just to be like, "Hey, man, I haven't seen you in a couple of days. Everything okay?" More or less. But also has been spending time with Marina, so she mostly just checks in. But when you do all reconvene, one of the first things that Tara does is kind of actually runs up and gives each of you a hug as you come in, which is might be a surprise to you, seeing how you've only known her for a little while, but she is over the top excited because since the last week, she's been staying inside. This is not an inside person, but she's, you know, under Marina and Numar's direction, have been trying to stay indoors, not taking her runs, not going and traveling like she would. Numar, you keep an eye on things for a little while. Go ahead and give me a roll. Actually, let's do wits and awareness, unless you have any sort of specialties or anything that you want to bring to bear. You do have your La Sombra sight. What does that give you? Oblivion sight. Vampire closes their eyes upon opening them. The irises of their eyes are black against the white of the scrella. See clearly in pitch darkness and can perceive ghosts who are not actively hiding their presence. I don't think you would see any ghosts as far as that goes. But being able to see in night, go ahead and give me a roll of wits and awareness.
Hey, he's not the only one.
If you want to help out, go ahead and roll it for yourself as well.
Yeah, because I have the was it? I can see a night as well, if not mistaken. With the
yeah, because you've had some time.
Yeah, you got the other night vision.
Yeah, both of you have had
the,
time to kind of do so.
Yeah, heightened senses also gives me that night vision.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, that's right. There's 3 different types of dark vision in this game. All right, so 3 successes for Numar. What about Marina? Marina has 2 successes. I think both of you have a night where you might even be walking together, trying to keep an eye out, you know, and both catch the glimpse of what you thought was somebody on a rooftop. But by the time that you were able to get there, you found a smoking cigarette. Still smoking, laying on top of the roof, but were not able to pinpoint who was holding it. But does offer some evidence that someone is watching. For sure. You would know that for certain at this point. They're obviously a smoker, and have the ability to move rather quickly, because Marina, with your speed, they were able to get away faster than you could get to them. So whoever they are, they're quick. More than natural quickness.
Anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of a weird, confusing bit of information or evidence. You know, cigarettes typically, you know, as Kindred, you don't breathe. You could smoke if you wanted to. You could force it to happen, but it's not, you know, actually necessary. But at the same time, this person also has the ability to move at breakneck speeds. So it's kind of it's a bit of a confusing bit of information to find. But yeah, you guys all reconvene. Tara throws her arms around each one of you as you make your way in the door, and she's like, "Oh my god, I have been so bored. Oh, thank you guys. I'm glad to see everybody. What has been going on? Please tell me something." Like, I get it, I have to stay inside, but god, I miss doing things.
Well, you already know everything going on with me. I've been the one keeping you busy, but
Any word on that professor person? The teacher dude?
That would be the school teacher looking motherfucker, as was referred to you.
Yeah.
You look like a fucking school teacher.
Check my phone to see if I got a text message from any of the people that are supposed to be out looking for him.
You definitely have a text message or two, and by that I mean that there is probably like 10 messages from this guy. each one is an update because you specifically told them, don't waste my time. You know what I mean? So each one of them is an update. Hey, still trying to track that guy down. Did this, looked here. I've been thinking about you. Man, I bought you some new clothes. I was driving by this house the other day, and I saw that they had a beautiful statue in the front yard. I stole it for you. You know what I mean? Like, he has done a lot of things, but ultimately has not been able to track this person down yet. At least he's like, dude, I don't know how they're getting away from me. It's like I've gotten some, I've asked around, I've done some info seeking, but it's almost like the person's just blink and I miss them or something. Like, I don't get it. You
All
feel
right.
that at very least, I guess, you would know Kindred might have the ability to either, one, get away faster than this mortal could pursue, or two, even if he has met him, he may not remember it.
Yeah. All I say is in the text, like, if you see him, do not approach, stay distant. And that's it.
I'll kill him if you ask me, babe. Anything you want.
That's not.
I'll kill
said
everyone he has
that's
ever known. But if you tell me to stay away, I'll do what you tell me to.
There we go. That works.
Yeah, this guy is still enthralled. Speaking of which,
Yep.
we ever going to do that dinner? You know what I mean? Like,
It says, what was the condition?
yes, babe. Lots of hearts and drip emojis. Dripping emojis.
Wow.
Yeah, it's awkward. He
That's
is
great.
obsessed. Dude,
Oh, that's great.
what was it called? The kiss of, what is it? The actual ability? I forget.
Lingering kiss.
Lingering kiss, that's it. Yeah.
And,
Lingering kiss is
what is it?
poked. It really is.
yeah, what is it though? I think has it been a week yet then? Fully for him since that event?
Yes, it has. This would be right around the end of that first week. I don't know how
Let's
long
see.
lingering kisses effects last if you don't reapply it.
Let me see.
But by all means, the rest of you, you're all together. Feel free to discuss whatever you want.
A mortal, upon being fed with this power, can make a willpower test every week to resist the effects.
Okay.
Winning this test for 3 consecutive weeks in a row breaks the effect.
Oh wow.
Alright.
That's
So does a
basically
single
forever.
critical win.
Oh, okay, the critical help.
Okay. He got 1 success week 1.
He's on his way.
He's still hooked. No,
what's the
well, like, is that
difficulty?
any successes? There's probably a difficulty, right?
Yeah.
I've not messed with lingering kiss too much.
Difficulty is equals to the user's presence, so mine's 2.
Yeah, he failed his first week. Yeah, you can definitely get a thirsty vibe from all of his messages. He does actually do one thing though. I think what he would do is he would send you to the location of a warehouse. He's like, dude, he replies with a message that more or less says, a couple of sources said that they've seen the guy go here. We've been keeping an eye on it, but haven't seen shit. But I'll keep my guys watching the area. But again, like I said, mortal versus anyone else might not be as easy for him to catch this person.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tara, like I said, excited to see everybody. She immediately runs to the kitchen, starts trying to cook again, even though you've told her multiple times you can't do that.
Yep.
She's also happy to share some of the magic stuff that she's been dabbling with.
Yeah.
She's like, guys, you have no idea. Like, now that I know things, like some of the stuff that I ignored before, oh my god, like, I think I can really do some of this stuff.
What was it? Who would be the most versed in? Was it? I think that would be technically a cult. That I would out of us, I think it would be Snowcone, right?
I think Snowcone has a high occult. I can't remember.
I think I got like let me double check. I think I got like at least 1 point in a call.
I know Bart and Snowcone both have at least something.
Yeah.
Passing familiarity.
Yeah.
Did you ever bring her any books? Like, you had found some of those magic books. You sold those to Frederick, right?
Yeah, they're mainly as Frederick.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a bunch of old ones that Anton had though in here.
Yes, yeah. She has been looking through Anton Petrov's library, and that's where she said, like, I found stuff that I didn't know was real. You know what I mean? She's like, I always kind of, had my assumptions, like, but it kind of throws out her vibe that she's really interested. Like, you've seen her too. She's been studying her ass off as far as that goes. Does anybody track her TikTok channel? Does anybody ever
I think
check on
Marina
that?
would. Marina definitely would.
Unfortunately.
I feel like out of everyone, I think Marina definitely would be the one that had one.
Some of
Bart's struggling
her
with skipping.
some of her most recent TikToks have been far more occulty than they used to be. Like, she started out very much new wave spirituality, healing crystals, etc., and has now dove more into stuff like sigils and Wiccan magics, and like at one point in one of her videos she mentions something about how powerful blood can be, but tries her best to not give too much away. Like, she says something about, like, well, I mean, not to mention what the blood could do, but either way, and kind of moves on. But yeah, she's learning some things that, she keeps slightly infusing into her TikTok videos.
Before he took that, before he would do that, I think was it Marina would want to pull Bart and Snowcone aside and ask, what is it? So with I noticed I know there's a few people that aren't like us that are entranced sort of by us. Something about blood, like what's his face? Henry. So what is that about?
Oh, ghouling. Yeah,
Yes.
that's a thing that, like, most folk can do of our persuasion.
All right.
As far as I know, it's kind of you feed the blood to the person. If you do it directly still from the vein, gets them a bit more hooked. And if you do it from a cup, it's generally all good, but you give them like a little bit of the power. And like there's some other stuff related. Snow cone?
Oh, me? Yeah,
Yes.
I can add to this. Actually, the best example I could use is my brother. Bit of a
Oh shit.
long. Yeah, to skirt around a massive bush here. They've been around for, well, if they're 40, if they may look 40, but they are not 40. And they are not a vampire. They have partaken in this ritual that we're describing right now.
Yes.
And the effects of, I believe it's called ghouling.
Yeah. That's what I've heard it as.
That would be the colloquialism.
So ghouling, what it entails is it basically gives them kind of like diet vampire abilities. So they can get super strength, super senses. They live a little bit longer than they can,
Okay.
but it's more of a, instead of, I guess
It's usually a
the
means of
closest-
control. End of the day.
Okay, yeah.
Like
My question is, can one of us tell that if someone is that without knowing, like without being told? Can we like? Is that something that we can just tell, or is that something that?
I think the only way that I would think you could be able to tell is if you just see them like use one of our powers. Like if it's
I don't know.
Hey, I do the Jedi mind trick thingy. Then
Yeah, nobody has anything like taste of blood or anything like that, like the blood tasting abilities, right?
Yes, and it can be
Someone
very
does.
difficult.
Someone does? I can't
Yeah, someone
remember.
does.
Bar.
Yeah.
Did Namar grab it?
But he doesn't actually fully
say,
know
that
probably
was
yet, right?
one of
So-
the new
There's the one
things.
thing got.
Oh yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
that was the new thing I got from Lula,
Or did you try exploring your perhaps new potential during this past week?
um. I mean, I haven't really tasted blood.
But
But
like, is there like a
I
feeling
also,
in there? Like, do you get a ooh, hey, I can tap myself
Hypothetically,
invisible, or
yeah, licking my lips maybe a little more. Like, kind of wonder what blood tastes like. Just
I
general
mean,
curiosity.
hypothetically, we would have, fed a couple times, just like
what's the actual
basics.
name of the ability again, by the way?
Um, yeah, I can
Taste
put
of
it
blood, I
right
think.
here.
I think that's what's called. It's like taste of blood,
Taste of
right?
blood. I
Uh,
also have like Bloodhound too, so I can kind of like just one point in it, just as a merit.
I think it's a
yeah, you
three-dot
can
merit,
determine
isn't
the
it?
resonance of a blood if human. They can also identify whether the blood belongs to a mortal, ghoul, or vampire, or other supernatural creature. So yeah, if tasting vitae determines the relative blood potency of the creature, if a vampire, and also you could even potentially tell if someone has ever committed diablerie, which is interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think Numari,
So-
you might have like the vaguest inkling that like you've always been very keen to noticing subtle nuances of different blood. It might be something that you might think you could do, but not be
Well,
sure.
Well, I mean, it would be something he
Right,
just
more
got
so
from
just
eating the new
recently.
person. That's the only
Yeah,
reason he has it, because
it's
he ate somebody.
exactly. It's something that you now feel that you might have access to.
Yeah. Well,
Right, I'm becoming a
my
foodie.
yeah, my question is though is if it's hard for anybody to tell if someone's actually ghouled or not, however you would say it, with Tara, it might be a good way to not ghoul her, but if she can pass off as that, we could be a little less worried if someone were to figure out, especially if someone's watching her.
I would put a pin in that because there are some massive side effects to ghouling.
No. I didn't say ghoul her, but I'm talking about if we acted as if she was.
That seems like a good bluff to keep.
Because if someone's
So,
looking
Should
at her,
we
that's
fill
one of
Tara in
us.
on what's all involved there? Like, without the needing to fill her in more on the general deal? I don't know how we can balance this too well.
Yeah, it just
Because I don't think we should give her, like, that detailed of anything for the sake of the masquerade, right? So, but we still, like,
I
teach
think
her what a ghoul is and how to pretend that you are one.
that yeah, I
that
mean
could
that would
work. That could work.
yeah, that definitely could. I just if someone's watching her, that's one of and if it is because we saw how quick they moved. If it is one of us and they figure out there is someone that's not either ghouled or anything like that living with us, that might pose a very small problem from what little I remember.
I still find a little bit of a logical, like, there's a little disconnect of if you're still ghouling someone and, like, they're mortal, it's still kind of breaking the masquerade at the end of the day. Like,
Yeah.
it's still one of those, like, you're bringing in a mortal, and, like, if they're ever to leave the system, though, it's
Ghouling is
basically, do you have to
absolutely
kill them?
ghouling is a breach of the masquerade that has been ignored.
Yeah.
It absolutely is though, and some princedoms allow it, some princedoms do not. As far as the Camarilla goes, even some baronies that you know of, ghouls are completely frowned upon. You know what I mean?
Well-
But it is one of those useful tools that its use outweighs, the thought of preservation more or less. So some people have been known to do it because who else is going to watch your haven during the day? And knowing that with the blood bond, in place. They wouldn't they couldn't tell about you even if they wanted to. It was kind of the gray line, but yeah, it's definitely a thing. Yeah, it depends on the baron or the prince, and how that populace thinks of it.
And I would, yeah, like I said, I wouldn't want to do that to her. Like depending on whatever the side effects are or anything like that, I would just at least want, in the case that if this person is one of us watching her, it could sort of ease the tension because maybe he thinks that she knows something she shouldn't as being just a normal human, and that's a big issue.
All right. I would
You think?
think. Let me submit a proposal for this. We set up a plan. If we want to bait out this person, we need to give them the impression that they have been ghouled or whatever. But we should, as a test, to see how well she can handle the after effects. If she can handle the effects well enough, then we can go straight forward with a plan and bait them out and say, oh, they're a ghoul, so now they have more power. We can't let this person live or whatever, blah, blah. But if Terra cannot react well enough to the side effects of this, then we may have to change the plan.
No, I'm not saying actually ghoul her, just to pretend that she is.
How would
Wouldn't
you
it be
propose
easier
we
to
do
just
that?
pretend to fake her death?
Well, then she, I don't know if she'd go with that. She has an entire TikTok account, and I don't think she's going to go up with to be like, oh no, I can't post that anymore. I don't think that's what
Yeah, as far as pretending to
TikTok?
be a ghoul, the real question, I guess, is how does one pretend to be a ghoul? She already has some knowledge, so a lack of general fear, maybe, while around other kindred would be one way of representing it. But it's kind of a hard thing to fake unless she actually would have some mild power. But in her case, she does have some powers. So if you could more or less present her as if she was the ghoul of a Tremere, that would maybe help in some way. But it's a matter of figuring out how to best do that, setting up the mask for her. I don't think we have any cobblers anymore, do we? This isn't really a cobbling is more for setting up a false identity legitimately. But as far as like cobbling to create a vampire or a kindred identity, I think that's something that is probably within you guys' range.
Also, Izzy believes we're working with the Tremere to get sort of this thing sorted.
It is
We could
true.
just say that the Tremere sent one of the ghouls that he has to assist us with what they know, instead of spending time down this way.
Spreading a rumor would be a lot easier than actually having her try to present it in such a manner. So yeah, if you wanted to drop a rumor that you're working with a Tremere's ghoul, you could absolutely do that. That's something you could do. I think instead of having a roll, I'll just let you guys handle that as far as role play. Like if you mention that to anyone or anything like that. I mean, you did just have a week of downtime. Is that something that you would have wanted to start supplanting? As like little tidbits?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and make a roll then. Let's do manipulation and subterfuge, I guess. Let me see what's good for Marina. I'll try to manipulation and subterfuge. Yeah, that's perfect for you. Yeah.
Very good.
That is very good for you.
And would all help with that at all? If I'm going around in different places and doing it, or
I tell you what, go ahead. How many dots in presence do you have?
2.
Go ahead and add 2 dots. It's fine. Yeah, because that's what it would give you anyway for all. So yeah, just go ahead and add your presence rating. So you're gonna be rolling like what, 10 dice? Jesus.
Let me
7,
do a willpower.
9 dice.
Do a willpower reroll for 3 of the top dice.
All right, so we got a critical there, but no criticals up top. So that
Yep.
does add 2 more successes on top of what you originally had. So 6 successes. I think you can definitely find a couple of people to mention it to that, oh, that's interesting. Do we know the Tremere? Are they local? It kind of presents more questions than answers, but you're very good at socially navigating these situations. Oh, they'd rather remain silent, etc. It's kind of a private partnership.
Yeah.
And you definitely begin spreading the word, and within, I'd say, the week's time, the word probably even gets back to you that, like, oh, there's apparently a new Tremere around, or somewhere in the area that sent a ghoul in to help with this issue. Your coterie isn't very popular yet. You're making your way up the list, which has gained you some notoriety among the kindred that hang out at Izzy's specifically, and with Izzy herself. But yeah, it's kind of one of those mixed bags. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know enough people for it to spread like wildfire, but you definitely would, hear that a couple of people have mentioned it just out of their own curiosity over who this other Tremere is, because there's not a lot of Tremere in the area, as far as that goes. So you are offered, you get a little bit of, you make a little bit of ground in this rumor system. You noticeably notice it works when Izzy herself is like, so I heard you have a ghoul that's been helping you. Anything I should be concerned about?
Oh, no, not necessarily. It was just more of a he had some things to attend to, so I decided to attend one of his people to help us a little bit on some things that we're doing.
As long as it gets an answer to this, whatever the hell happened that night, faster the better. I know that we have time as kindred, but I still rather a resolution come quick to this problem. All right, either way, just make sure to keep them uninformed
Also,
as best as you can, and just kind of lets it go.
and the last thing she would say. Also, I've noticed there's been someone watching our building from across the way. I don't know if it's one of your people, but whenever we went to go to speak with them, they sort of ran off.
Yeah, I had mentioned previously, I have a person or two that's keeping an eye on things. Uh, the individual that you're speaking of, that's Bruce. He thought it best to not be seen together. Uh, he didn't want to give away his position, more or less. I've replaced him on detail though. But yeah, I'd prefer you not approach them directly.
Okay, yeah, no, he was just
But
looking
no,
there.
he was one of mine.
Okay, yeah, just make sure he was like he smoked too. Like he's a smoker.
Yeah. Bruce is
Okay, I just
also
wanted to make.
amongst the in between type. She's trying to be very cautious over the phone. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you know,
But yeah, essentially saying he's a ghoul as well. So
yeah, I understand. It felt like we've been followed a few times, so I just wanted to make sure if it was anything.
followed, you say?
Yeah, it's
Check
a
in with
long
me
story. I'm not
soon.
sure if it's.
I want
Yeah,
to get an update.
yeah, I'm not
Um,
sure if it's anything, but we've been looking into it.
yeah, interesting. Bring your ghoul friend with you. I think I'd be interested to
Oh,
meet them.
all
Either
right.
way, stay in touch. You know where I'm at. I get a busy night tonight because this is after your week, so it's now Friday night. At the beginning of Friday night. So she says, stay in touch. I'll be around the club all weekend. Feel free to stop in. Actually, be Thursday because I said something about Wednesday earlier. So anyway, yeah, Thursday
Yep.
night, ladies' night. I got things to do. I'll speak with you soon and kind of let you go
All
on the
right.
line.
Well,
But yeah, you
we're gonna need to be training Miss Tara on a few things.
you thought you were real smooth with that shit, didn't you?
Not
Yeah,
necessarily. I mean,
bring her by. I want to
we'll see.
meet her.
We'll see.
But yeah, I did mention the Bruce situation. Also a smoker, but by happenstance, maybe the same guy. Maybe there's more to it. Maybe there's secrets going on here. It's very hard to tell. But at least for the time being, you did get a confirmation that that individual was one of hers. Now, as to whether he's still involved somehow, it's unsure.
What is looking over there? What is the side effects of ghouling, though?
Well, one of the most notable side effects is withdrawal. See, it's almost like taking a prescription drug, or in the case that we're living in right now, a non-prescription drug, and going too far long without the source of blood can lead to various. Well, you've seen what happens when you don't get what you want, or in this case, like what a drug addict doesn't get what they want.
It gets that different.
Yeah, now magnify that by 5.
No, I'm just saying, would it be the very first time, or would it be something that'd be over time that would make it that powerful?
It would be any time. The blood of vampires can be very potent, so in a more what is wrong with my tongue? A mortal person imbibing into our vitae would be very much like imbibing into a controlled substance.
Marina looks over at Tara for a moment. Thanks, just sort of squints for a second, looks back over. I'm not sure if that's something she'd have too much issue with. She
Good
did
point.
eat like an entire bag of mushrooms to go on a run, like 2 entire bags. Like she handed me one of them and then ate the second pad when I said no, and was completely fine. I don't know if she had too much issue with that. if anyone could handle it.
That's funny.
So then,
I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying if anyone could handle it, I think it would be her.
It's true. And now I'm assuming you don't have this conversation in front of Tara, right?
No, we're like,
No.
yeah, we're a little bit away.
Actually, it might be one of those things that's mildly amusing as you kind of come back out of the private bedroom and she's sitting there left talking. So this was just, you said specifically Snowcone and Bart. So Numar
Yeah.
was left alone with her.
Yeah.
You actually come back to hear as she just approaches Numar with a new plate of chicken parmesan, sits down in front of him, and she's like, "I know it's not really your thing, but like it's something, you know. I'm trying to eat all I can because I don't know for sure, but I think I might want to become one of you guys." And you guys walk in right at that moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of full right now. But
If Snowcone was holding a glass, they would drop that shit immediately.
She immediately jumps as she hears the sound of shattering glass behind her. Oh. Snowcone, clumsy as always. Let me get it. Be back. And she's here, just kind of like walks out of the room casually as she goes to get a broom and dustpan to clean up the mess. But yeah, Snowcone left frozen at the sound of her saying these words.
Well, if
did she
anyone,
leave
I
him?
mean, well, in that case,
Or did she like walk off?
Yeah, she walked away into the kitchen.
Okay.
She's looking for a broom and dustpan to clean up the glass.
a look over is like, if she really, if she really does go forward with it, and we do end up ever deciding it, which one would probably be the best for this? I think each of us are picked for certain reasons, if I'm not mistaken, from what little I was gleaned.
Half the time it's all chaos.
Well, we have an option here.
Yeah.
I gosh, I hate that I'm even considering this after the trip I just had and conversation I just had.
I mean,
But there is a way to combine more than one clan within a turning.
What
It's possible to give her more. You can basically.
I don't know if that's a good idea for
summon
her.
It's like roulette. You
That's
just
why
spin the
I'm-
wheel and see which one has most control.
Exactly. That's why it's like playing Russian roulette. You don't know which bullet is gonna come out, but either way, one is gonna come out eventually.
We all bleed
mean-
into a cup.
I mean, which one? I mean, I feel like she's rather a social person.
As she comes back out, immediately interrupts this conversation by, excuse me, to Snowcone. As she kind of like bumps you out of the way a little bit to start cleaning up the glass. You've really got to work on your clumsiness. You're killing me. Either way.
What do you mean you want to be one of us?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you guys caught that. Well, like, no, I just, the more I research, it seems like one of the biggest things holding me back from being able to do some of the more powerful stuff in these books is apparently, you know, like it can only be done by like one of you guys. So I maybe if I had, you know, like, you know, if I was one of you guys, I could do this stuff. Like I've heard of this guy, Tremor. Trimmers, something like that. Apparently he was like me. But you know, like it kind of like drank one of you guys, and like he did some crazy stuff in this book I found.
I think from what little that I do remember of any of this conversation I had with the previous owner of this place, that's I can now officially say, more than likely.
High five.
Yeah. There might
Congrats on the house.
if it'd be first thing I think there'd have to be one of them to turn you, and then you'd have to be sort of beholden to that person, and I don't think any of us is one of them.
Oh wait, this is that thing like and she points at Snowcone. She's like the not all of you are the same. Oh man. Oh god, I've been was that racist? I'm really sorry if it came off as like.
But I think I think there might be other things you can do that I'm not sure if there was someone else that did that before. Like I don't.
Yeah, like there are
Is there?
mortal mages and shit. There is stuff that like I've heard can be done that isn't our stuff. So
Like,
you're
I
not
mean,
entirely lost here.
no thanks, but like I don't
That's what you were going to do.
can't do some of the.
I only just
Ouch! I'm a little hurt. I'm trying, but like I know some things. Like, here, check this out. And she begins actually. She goes over to a drawer, just starts rummaging around through it, and you see her pull out a pair of scissors, which she then walks over to your door frame and begins just carving shit into the frame of the door. Unceremoniously, just starts, you know, tearing up your nice molding around the door.
Maybe just shake your head like I have to replace this either way, probably.
But after a couple of moments, she then says, "All right, Snowcone, come here," and like pushes you in front of the door. She's like, "Try to walk through that door."
Okay. Give it a try. I go for the door handle and give it a twist.
You twist the door handle, it opens. As soon as you even begin to make your way kind of through the entranceway, all of you begin to hear a mind-piercing just sound that starts emanating in all of your ears, which you didn't know she had this ability, but she has essentially learned something similar to the Tremir's version of like glyph of warding type thing, you know what I mean? To where she can set off, she has set an alarm on the door specific to, as she then like pulls Snowcone back out of it and the noise stops, she then walks through it. See? I can tell the difference.
Yes,
Which is probably a shock. Yeah, because nobody's actually seen her do anything in a while. Nobody's asked her in a couple of weeks, "Hey, what have you learned?" But yeah, the alarm spell essentially is one that she has picked up.
Huh.
You know what? I think it might be better for you not to be one of us, and you could learn your side of things.
You say so, but just thought it'd be something worth at least talking about.
We can talk about it. You probably won't be able to do all this cool stuff if you're one of us.
She looks a little
Actually,
confused.
Tara, I would like to make a suggestion. Actually, I would like to
I'll take it off the door so it doesn't bother you. Sorry.
No, not the door thing. That can be doors can be
Door's
replaced.
cool.
What I'm suggesting here is you seem to have a very strong tolerance to substances of of a lot of varieties. That's my assumption, at least.
Are you saying that I'm an addict? I'm hurt.
I'm not saying you're an addict. I'm saying that you have a strong affinity towards using substances such as weed, such as drugs, and
I have
other
no idea what you're
substances.
talking about as she reaches
two
in,
bags.
grabs a pill out of her pocket, and eats it.
Good luck.
I'm not dumb. I know what I do. It's all good. Go ahead.
Tara, what I'm going to propose to you is very risky, is not only risky, but would also be a breach of the masquerade, but
Well, we're already far past that.
Yeah, the masquerade is more of a suggestion at this point. Anyway.
She does not recognize the word when you say it.
Yeah. So here's what I'm proposing. We looks to everybody, well, one of us at least, will allow you to partake in the what we call ghouling process. It will allow you to have some abilities.
Doesn't sound very
of
attractive.
kindred, some
Well, I
abilities
mean-
of kindred. However, I cannot, with good conscience, recommend that you do this because it does come with very strong drawbacks, similar to withdrawal from a controlled substance. So, if you want, if you want to, only by your consent, we will perform this experiment. And based on how you react and how you will react from the withdrawal, we will go and see if you can even handle going further than that.
It's like a test drive at being vampire.
Kinda.
Is it gonna
Yeah.
put like an eye on me, or am I gonna end up looking
no.
like? And then she stops herself short, but almost pointed at Bart. Like
No, I mean, look at me.
different.
You shouldn't, at least depending on who you do it from. I don't know if that's an issue, depending on who you do it from, but I don't know much about this.
It's
Yeah, I don't
You
know if
said
it
earlier
changes
there's
your appearance that
different
much.
types, so it matters on which one of you does this.
I don't know.
I mean, like, I was able to kick some pretty hard stuff. Long story short, I spent a little bit of time south of the border, might have got into some stuff, and like it took a while to bounce back, but like I did it. Is it gonna be like that kind of withdrawal?
Probably worse.
Yes, very, very much worse. To give you an example, I have a brother who is a ghoul that has been a ghoul for roughly 40 years. The downside to this is not only would him not imbibing into Vitae would be very bad for him because it would be a very massive withdrawal, but also he would begin to well, his body would then catch up with all of the 40 years he has been embellishing with the blood. He would stay for, he looks 40 because that is how long, that is when he started indulging in the blood.
So
But
it's
if
like
he
a reset
stops-
back to when you first started using it?
No, it goes.
Doesn't sound too bad, but I
I
guess
think
if
he
it's
was
been 40
explaining-
years.
Yeah,
The
it's
years
like-
would catch up very rapidly. So if you started drinking blood when you were 20, started for 20 years, and then stopped, you would age 20 years in an instant.
You see her actually really starting to think about this. She's like, well, I mean, if it's just a once in a while thing, and it's not going to be permanent, I shouldn't have to worry about that. But we've definitely got to call it something else, because I don't want people calling me a ghoul.
Yeah. We'll figure that out. But I want to ask one. If she can do that sort of magic stuff, could one of us do the same thing to that and have the same effect?
I can teach you how to do the sigils. It's just kind of like coloring in the lines.
So was it she sort of looks at the one that she did on the wall and
Yeah.
was like copies it?
Goes to a new door frame and tries it again.
Yeah. I go over there and copy the
No
exact same
effect.
thing.
When you do it, it has 0 effect.
Okay, yeah, something doesn't seem right. Nothing's happening here.
Maybe it's you don't have like the magic in you.
Maybe, but what if it's something about us? Would that affect anything?
Well, like that Trimmers guy I read about, he didn't get. Well, no, he had power first, but then like became more powerful. I don't know. It was kind of there was only like a paragraph or two about the guy. It didn't get into much detail. You guys aren't really good at keeping great history. It's almost like you don't want anybody to know.
Yes, exactly. From what little I do know, yes.
Well, I mean, something I'd be open to, but
I'm just
Snowcone? And she kind of looks at you to be the one to make that judgment call, and that's where we'll leave tonight's session because we're at 12:30. I went ahead and stayed an extra half hour because we started a half hour late, but yeah, we'll leave off on Tara looking to Snowcone to help her decide whether or not she should be a ghoul. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a Snowcone scene right there, considering your brother's situation, as far as that goes. But yeah, hopefully that was it set some things up. You guys now have yet another meeting with the Baron, but now she would like to be introduced to this Tremere ghoul that you have. So yeah, that's going to be a thing. Also, you have found some evidence that someone is definitely following you. You were given the address of a warehouse where apparently the guy has been, kind of noted to be seen. Just to make a long story short, like he didn't explain it in the text very well, but the general gist is that he followed up at the coffee house, asked around about a teacher looking weird dude, and it somehow tracked back to this warehouse, but he didn't detail that in any info. But you were given an address, if that helps you in any way. But there's a lot of things going on, kind of setting up, the scenes for a lot more interaction to take place. Those of you guys out there in the chat, keep in mind, rumors and evidence, man. You guys can still direct this any way that you guys want to. You can add a rumor. It's $10 on the Ko-Fi shop. You can add whatever rumor you want, and that becomes part of the story. They overhear those rumors as soon as they happen. Every time we hit one of our goals, another one becomes true. So you guys can have some real creative control as far as that goes. Evidence is a nice way to really add the details in before it becomes official. And so if you guys want to help control this narrative, I have also decided that I kind of think that around episode 20, or now that we're coming across the end of the year, we got like 2 weeks left. Maybe we can kind of bring this first story to a close and then move into the second arc, so to speak. You guys are right on the edge of tracking down whoever this individual is that's been messing with you. So things are going to get real tense in the next couple of weeks. Let me put it that way. I want to kind of close one door so we can open a bunch more. So if you guys want to stick around, keep watching our stream. We're here every Wednesday, 8 p.m. I hope you guys come back and continue to watch the story with us. These characters have become more than a handful for the DM. I'll tell you that much. Like, we got Snowcone. Just everybody that he meets, like, hi, my name's Snowcone. I'm a vampire. Look at my third eye. Now we got Numar, like, yeah, my door's unlocked. Come on in. Like, you guys make it so fun to throw these little things in. There's a lot. You met a lot of cool characters. Again, if anybody wants to check out those characters, so to speak, let me go ahead and give you another link here in case you missed it earlier. This is something that I have been working on in my spare time. It takes me a little while to get everything uploaded, but that is our World Anvil page for Rumors of the Dead. So anytime that we meet a new NPC, a new character, this is where I'm taking all my notes now, essentially just putting them up as a wiki page. So if you guys are curious about an NPC that we met or anything like that, it's most likely already on there. There's still a few I need to update. But this gives you guys in the audience a chance to follow along more closely with the story, who's who, who's doing what, all those things. This is killing me. Just like a little dinosaurs floating behind my head. But yeah, it's something else for you guys to check out. I try to make sure to put the narrative, out there and available, so it makes it even easier for you guys to add your rumors. And like I said, it really helps us keep this game running. Without the support of you guys, we could not do this continuously. So I appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, let's go ahead and bring our story to a close for the night here, and knowing that within the next couple of episodes, I think things are really going to come to a head as far as all some of the story arcs that we've already began, as far as that goes, and we can begin moving into a new story arc, because some rumors have become true recently. Keep an eye on that World Anvil page as well. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to work on this week getting all the rumors and evidence on there so that it's easier to track down and find. But let's go ahead and do our outros and final thoughts and all that stuff. Everybody else has got something, so Paul, we'll start with you.
Hey there, folks. Joining us tonight. It was a pleasure.
Hells
That's
yeah.
about all I got.
Gotcha. We're gonna have to get you created. You guys start like an Etsy store or something. Everybody else here now.
In theory, I'm looking for work, but it's just here in Wisconsin. The state of my
Right.
birth.
There you go. If you guys are in Wisconsin and want to
In
hire...
Wisconsin, in the manufacturing sector, your boy does have a bachelor's degree involving that stuff. So
Nice.
that would be
There you
cool, but otherwise I'm applying this shit on Indeed.
There you go. But let me go ahead and give a shout out to Numerousness. I'll start there. Hey, it worked. I thought I typoed for a second, but yeah, cool, man. I tell you what, Snowcone, if you want to go ahead and do your thing, Numerous, I went ahead and put a shout out for him in there because it takes like 2 minutes between them. You know what I mean? So like I just went ahead and put the shout out there. But yeah, by all means, go right ahead. Jive Man, if you want to tell everybody what you do.
Sure thing. Hello, everybody. If you're new to this channel, I'm Jive, and what I do in my spare time is graphic design, and I study a little bit of stuff here and there, but I mainly have my bachelor's degree in graphic design. So I am currently trying to find jobs in the graphic design field, and I'm trying to keep myself open to commissions. So if you want to see some of the work that I do and want to hire me for any projects that you have, whether it be logo design, UI design, or even just a flyer to promote yourself on Twitch, then come over to my side of Fiverr and we can work something out.
Right on, man. Thank you guys for the raid suggestions, by the way, players. Appreciate that. I think we will probably go with that one just because it's different than what we usually do. But yeah, cool.
Cool.
Keep in mind, hang tight. Even through our outros here, we're gonna raid out to another channel when we're done. But yeah, Numerous, if you want to go ahead and tell everybody who you are and what you do and all that fun stuff.
I am Numerousness, and I hang out with these guys, but I also have my own channel where I play games from time to time. Usually Thursdays and Saturdays, though this week is going to be a little weird because of like holiday stuff. Should still be there Thursday though, tomorrow.
Yeah, I would say holidays are going to complicate everybody's streaming schedule this next couple of weeks. But yeah, link in the chat right there. If you guys haven't already, go over and check out Numerous. He does some cool stuff. I'll say as far as that goes. When he isn't here, he's doing some stuff on his own channel. So always nice to go give them a follow and check their channel out and all that stuff. Appreciate that. So if you haven't already, go give him a follow. You literally click his name right there and click the little heart, and it'll let you do it. And speaking of which, there's one for Jackal as well. So Jackal, if you want to tell everybody what you do.
Howdy there, I'm the Jackal. I play Marina on here, as you can tell, but I like to stream every now and again over here on Twitch. I've been recently doing a little bit of the 5M World of Darkness server that I've been playing, and I play as both Marina and another character. I mostly stream the other character you'll have to see, and then besides that, I like to do scary games every now and again. I played Lethal Company not that long ago, and I've been doing a little bit of the Dead Space remake. I've been trying to stream a little bit more often, but it is what it is. Been trying to figure out the schedule.
Right? That's what it all comes down to, is figuring out schedule. Nice. There's Jiveman's link as well for Fiverr. I almost totally forgot about that as well. Yeah, if you guys want some graphic design, that's the best way to get a hold of Fiverr or through our Discord. Either way, you can also find links in our self-promo tab on our Discord as well. Also, if you guys out there in the chat have anything that you do content-wise or an Etsy store, throw it in the self-promo. I love to know what the community is working on as well. But yeah, we got Marina, Jackal Numerousness, all that stuff. If you're in Wisconsin, hook Bart up with a job, you know. Yeah, as far as that goes for me, you know that I'm here. This is my channel. I don't really ever consider this to be just my channel, though. The original idea was to add multiple DMs, multiple players, and have a variety channel. I have an It's So Sublime channel out there. Honestly, it's something that I'm working on, maybe firing back up. This way we can move my gameplay and stuff over there and keep this just for the tabletop. But, you know, for the time being, follow here, subscribe if you can. The subscriptions really help out. This month, we didn't even make enough money to get paid by Twitch. Didn't even make $50 out of the whole month. So that's a really rough month, you know what I mean? So the subscriptions really do go a long way, bits and all those things. But also, if you're less concerned about, or if you're concerned, I know this has become something that I've heard a lot. People that, you know, have an ad blocker, they don't care about the Twitch ads. You can still go to our Ko-Fi shop and subscribe there and get access to all of our subscriber stuff. So you can get the subscriber only areas in the Discord and all that cool shit as well, you know what I mean? Just for those people that, you know, want to hang out with other subscribers, I guess, you know, or me specifically. For example, tonight after the game, I'm going to be going over to our subscriber only area on our Discord, hanging out there for about a half hour to an hour. And if you guys have any questions or just want to talk about the game, feel free to join me. Might be playing a little bit of games tonight in that or on the Discord as well. That's something else I've been doing a lot of lately, so that I'm not, you know, just streaming a random video game on the stream. I've been doing it in Discord where I can actually talk and hang out with you guys, and you guys can give me input on whatever I'm doing in the game. It's been really cool. So having a subscription does get you some really cool benefits behind the scenes. I'll be honest, no matter if it's tier 1 or tier 3, it's all the same, but the extra support does mean a lot. We really need to keep the bills paid and lights on, so those, you know, people that do tier 2, tier 3, it really does, you know, go the extra mile for helping us keep going. But as I said, we are going to raid out. Normally we would do Copycat. Let me give a shout out to them. Shout out. How do you spell that? It's all one word, right?
Yes.
See if I got that right. So there's Copycat. We've hit them a few times. Yeah, Copycat Presents. So, you know, give them a follow if you haven't already. But we're actually going to try something different tonight. We're going to raid to a GTA server. It's a 5M server dedicated to World of Darkness. So there's someone over there role-playing a character in the World of Darkness. You get a nice, cool little visual with it. So it'll be something slightly different than what we usually do. So we're going to raid over to Subpar RP, which is a great name. I love it. And that might actually be what I do tonight. I might head my way over to that server and play around on there while hanging out in Discord with you folks a little bit. So if you haven't already, join us in Discord, jump on there, hang out, and we'll have some fun. But until next time, guys, we got D&D on Friday, 8 p.m., all that good stuff. Come back and see us there. We'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace.